Blissful Bookshelf. Chapter 258, Joke? Chapter 258, Joke? A gust of dark power flowed from the demonic tripod to Yusheng's body. The tripod spun without stop as if resonating with Yusheng's intent. The surroundings were affected too. He truly did cultivate the extremely domineering demonic method. It could activate the demonic images and in turn activate his techniques. Covered in armor, he was formidable and powerful now, like an ancient devil. Even so, the demonic tripod was still filled with powerful pressure. As it continued rising, there was strong power pressing down, even as it resonated with him. The two forces clashed against each other. Under the clashing, the demonic tripod continued rising. Yusheng is so powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled. He had surpassed the Arhat. The power he displayed now was like a devil. The demonic tripod was now 5 feet high. His demonic wings were still flapping. This scene was extremely impressive. He was like a devil lifting the tripod. It was a powerful sight. Yin Mo's eyes were frozen on him. Earlier, he had said that no one could surpass the Arhat's record in the near future, but Yusheng had done so. He had even surpassed him by so much. Even more frightening, this wasn't the end. Yusheng could continue. Where was his limit? Finally, Yusheng stopped at 5 feet. The demonic tripod was in the air. Strands of dark gold light flowed through Yusheng's body. Many people were intrigued by this sight. Was he absorbing the demonic tripod's power for cultivation? Futian hadn't been obvious, but Yusheng was different. Other than repressing his power, the dark gold light seemed to get absorbed by his armor. Strands appeared between him and the demonic tripod. More and more people came over and were shocked by what they saw. This tripod is evil and contains demonic strength. Even the Buddhist techniques couldn't purify it. I felt strong backlash earlier, the Arhat said at that time. Many people turned to look at him. He continued, but he is cultivating with the tripod. His technique must be the powerful demonic method that resonates with the tripod. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They had felt something strange. The Arhat had the Dharmakaksu and could see more things clearly. Since he said so, he must be right. If he receives the tripod, it will be inauspicious, the Arhat said with his palms together in prayer. Everyone's eyes flashed and glinted. What did he mean? Was he saying that Yusheng was inauspicious? Arhat, what do you mean? Someone from the Donghua clan asked. An inauspicious man will have bloody hands. He will be a sinner that brings retributions. The Arhat seemed to be a compassionate man. Futian's eyes flashed and he looked over coldly. It is not like a Buddhist to come to brash conclusions, Futian said coolly. How could the Arhat decide Yusheng would definitely bring retribution? The Arhat gazed at him. Since I said so, I definitely did not decide brashly. If you are so compassionate, why are you here instead of saving the world? Futian said sarcastically. He had come to lift the tripod but was now preaching to the audience. Yusheng had a bad temper but he wasn't a murderer. His anger was only created because of Futian. The Arhat shook his head but didn't continue. Yusheng continued cultivating. The demonic tripod rose bit by bit. After a while, it was already 6 feet in the air. Yin Mo stared at this in shock. To him, this was like a miracle. The Yin family guarded the tripod tower but no one had ever done this. Even the disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan could only reach 3 feet. The Arhat hadn't gone past 4 feet. Now, Yusheng had completely broken the records. The crown prince of Qin had reached 8 feet. Could Yusheng surpass that? He thought of the myths left behind by the ancestors. Thinking of how Yusheng might surpass 8 feet, Yin Mo's expression changed. Blissful Bookshelf. As the demonic tripod rose, the spiritual chi around it went wild. They seemed to be covered in dark light. Strands of air current flowed to a terrifying extreme. The sky changed color and the pressure even went towards the surroundings. This wasn't the limit either. As Yusheng cultivated, the demonic tripod continued rising. In the darkness, everyone felt a frightening aura. Even if they weren't the one lifting the tripod, they still felt the pressure. It seemed to come down from thin air. Some people retreated. The pressure was so strong. It felt that they were all lifting the tripod instead of just Yusheng. The tripod was now at 7 feet. The sky and ground were completely black. Everyone kept retreating and even people from far away could see this phenomenon. Some people hurried over. Mo looked more and more uncomfortable. What would happen if Yusheng really could reach 9 feet? Was he supposed to let Yusheng take the tripod? The demonic tripod was his family's treasure. Even if no one in the Yin family could use it now, it had still been there since the Qian dynasty. His family always hoped that a later descendant could accomplish it. If Yusheng from the cottage took it, it wouldn't belong to them anymore. Thinking of his earlier words, he started regretting. How could anyone imagine this? This was something not even the elders of the Yin family could accomplish. Who would have thought that someone in the Dharma plane could do it? Right now, he was praying Yusheng would get killed. Back then, the Qin crown prince had lifted the tripod 8 feet and wanted to continue to take the tripod away. That was when he was killed by the backlash. Mo had never seen the scene, but Yusheng couldn't be more powerful than a crown prince, right? Behind Mo, there was a tower that stood there, facing Yusheng. The tripod tower wasn't just the demonic tripod. There was also this tower. It was also a relic from the Qian dynasty. A group walked out of the tower now. They seemed to sense some change and looked over. The leader was very extraordinary and stood out from the crowd. However, his expression was cold and proud. He was Yin Zhen, the youngest representative of the Yin family. Now, he walked over and gazed at Yusheng. What is going on? He asked Mo, who is this? Seeing Yin Zhen's arrival, Mo's expression changed. Yusheng from the cottage. Yusheng. Yin Zhen's eyes flashed. He quickly thought of someone. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Qin dynasty because Yusheng had been hurt by one of Donghua clan's nobles. He looked up towards Yusheng. Yusheng was using the demonic tripod to cultivate and the tripod rose up bit by bit. It gradually approached the 8 feet mark. This was what the crown prince had done many years ago. The matrices around him kept getting activated. The demonic tripod released power crazily. It was like the end of the world. Finally, Yusheng reached 8 feet. There were countless figures in the vast sky. They had all come from afar to watch Yusheng. The scene before their eyes was extremely shocking. A devil was raising the tripod. Mo opened his mouth to speak but then stopped. His eyes fell upon Futian and said, during the Qian dynasty, the Qin crown prince raised the tripod to 8 feet and wanted to continue. However, he suffered from the backlash and was killed. He is now at 8 feet. If he continues, it will be too dangerous. You should tell him to stop. Futian gazed at Mo. Yusheng was now at 8 feet and was still cultivating. He was working steadily and rising bit by bit. He could resonate with the demonic tripod and fight back against the repressive force. Why should he stop? Yusheng really wanted to take it away. Earlier, he'd asked Mo how to take the tripod but Mo said he didn't know. Mo's attitude hadn't been like this before. He'd hoped that they would raise the tripod and wished they would get killed. Now, he was worrying for Yusheng's safety. Futian didn't believe him. There was only one reason for him to say this: it was possible for Yusheng to take the tripod and Mo knew the limit. Thinking of this, Futian chuckled. Yusheng knows his limits. If he really is lucky enough to take the demonic tripod, I'll have to thank the Yin family. Take it? Yin Zhen's eyes flashed at this. He said, the demonic tripod is our family's but is open to the public. Anyone can try to lift it, but who said you could take it? Yi Futian frowned at this. Were they eating their words now? I only know that someone from the Yin family said that if you can take it, then do as you please. Everyone here heard it, Yi Futian said indifferently. They had risked their lives to lift the tripod, but now the Yin family was joking with him. Impossible. It dawned on Yin Zhen. He gazed coldly at Yin Mo. The latter looked uncomfortable. Looking at Yi Futian, he said, that was just a joke. Did you take it for real? Who's joking with you? Yi Futian gazed coolly at him. Did Yin Mo really think he couldn't understand his attitude from before? Yin Mo had hoped the demonic tripod would kill them and egg them on. But now, he said he had been joking. The people who heard this conversation were shocked. Would Yusheng really be able to take the tripod? The Yin family seemed to regret it. Of course, they could see that when Yin Mo agreed earlier, he had been gleeful. He definitely didn't expect this result, so now, he was panicking. Yin Zhen's expression was extremely cold. He looked from Yin Mo to Yi Futian and said, Yin Mo cannot represent the Yin family. Do not take those words seriously. While he spoke, Yusheng was still rising. He had gone past 8 feet, surpassing the Qin Crown Prince. Chapter 259, Just Learn Nothing. Chapter 259, Just Learn Nothing. Hearing Yin Zhen's words, Yi Futian looked up at Yusheng in the sky. He knew it from the eyes of the Yin family, there was a great possibility for Yusheng to take the demonic tripod. At this moment, both Yin Zhen and Yin Mo were a little bit nervous, especially Yin Mo, who had spoken carelessly because he never predicted this situation. Were they going to take their words back? Since you belong to the Yin family and you have been the keeper of the demonic tripod for so many years, you can represent the Yin family. Your words count. Yi Futian looked at Yusheng instead of Yin Zhen. At this moment, the scene was strange. The sky was dark and frightening. Since Yin Mo had said they could do whatever they wanted, they would definitely take this treasure away. Moreover, this demonic tripod was perfect for Yusheng. Standing in the center of the storm, Yusheng's life seemed to be at stake. Therefore, it was impossible for Yin Zhen to end things by saying that Yin Mo could not stand for the Yin family. Yin Zhen stepped forward to under the demonic tripod, followed by his other family members. He glanced at Yi Futian. He did not have much fear when facing a disciple of the cottage. The Yin family was low-key, but that didn't mean they were weak. As the former lord, they still dominated Chaoga city even though they had declined. Moreover, they were attached to the Qin dynasty. There was already a conflict between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, so he didn't have to fear the disciples of the cottage. Yin Mo didn't speak properly. He will get punished. However, if you, as a disciple of the cottage, purport to seize our treasure that has been passed down through generations, intending to bully us, the Yin family will not let you go. Yin Zhen stared at Yi Futian coldly. Now that the demonic tripod is lifted high enough, it's time for him to stop or he will be hurt. We don't wish to see someone from the cottage get hurt. He has never had such a worry. Yi Futian glanced at Yin Zhen and said, therefore, don't bother yourselves. People in the distance sensed the hostility growing between the two. They realized that it was very possible for Yusheng to take the demonic tripod away. Obviously, the Yin family couldn't allow that. Yin Zhen stared at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian didn't look at him. He still looked at the figure in the sky. The pressure on Yusheng's body had reached a dreadful level. Endless dark lights flowed through him. The demonic tripod rose extremely slowly, but it was still rising. Every inch higher was enough to make the Yin family tense up. They desperately looked forward to seeing Yusheng be killed just like the former crown prince. A terrible storm was coming. The patterns on the demonic tripod seemed to be alive like devils. Just then, Yusheng roared. The magic lights were still flowing in him. His body continued ascending fiercely inch by inch, gradually approaching 9 feet. The sky changed. those devils seemed to come to life. Beams of lights projected straight into the sky. The magic lights here were so dazzling, even going to the tower behind the tripod. Beams of light burst from the tripod tower like lights of the 5 elements and descended onto the demonic tripod. A voice was heard from the tower. "Put it down." This voice fell on the demonic tripod like thunder. More pressure descended on it like a tyrannical will accompanying the lights of 5 elements. With a loud bang, the demonic tripod shook. Yusheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The weight above the tripod pressed down to crush him. Yusheng was going to be killed. There was a shocking roar and a devilish apparition appeared above Yusheng. It pushed against the demonic tripod so that it couldn't kill Yusheng on the spot. Everyone looked up to the tower. Who could it be? Acting at this critical time, the speaker intended to kill Yusheng. The scene was too thrilling. Yusheng had been pushed down to 3 feet. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Though the power contained in that voice was not very strong, any slight force could be fatal to Yusheng when he was fighting against the power from the demonic tripod. Was it the Yin family's act? But by common sense, they should not be so bold. After all, Donghua clan had done a similar thing not long ago and the result was that the noble was disabled. The Yin family was indeed attached to the Qin dynasty but they did not belong to the top forces. They wouldn't dare bully the cottage or the consequences could be disastrous. Yi Futian's expression changed. He looked up to the tower with extremely cold eyes. How could someone dare to intervene at this time? Yusheng had almost been killed. His extremely cold eyes fell on Yin Zhen. Even Yin Zhen's expression had changed a little. He knew what was going on but that was not what he wanted to see. Yi Futian stepped out but he was stopped by Yin Zhen. Yin Zhen persuaded, "Let him stop. We are sorry for what happened in the tower but we didn't mean to do it. Move." Yi Futian looked at Yin Zhen coldly. They just denied what Yin Mo had promised. Now they wanted to shirk responsibility too. He would like to see who was in the tower. Yi Futian walked toward the tower, followed by Yi Wuchen. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu were left to watch Yin Zhen's people. Yi Futian flew straight to the sky above the tower. He suddenly saw 2 figures standing in the corridor of the tower. The man's handsomeness was peerless while the woman's beauty was matchless. People were all amazed at the sight of the 2. They were Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo. Qian Shanmu was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery among the young generations. Qin Mengruo was the princess of the Qin dynasty. They were the bride and bridegroom who should be preparing for their wedding in Chaoga City. Why were they here? Clearly, the Yin family invited them here. However, Qian Shanmu shouldn't be the one who had spoken. There was something still unknown in that tower. Yi Futian stood before it. He was stopped by Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo. The entrance was behind them. Move. Yi Futian glanced at the 2. Qin Mengruo frowned. Her eyes were proud. She didn't expect that Yi Futian would talk to her in such a rude way. "This is the Yin family's land," Qian Shanmu said. "It's inappropriate for you to come here." Yi Futian didn't care about them and just released his dharma. The moon and sun appeared at the same time. Qian Shanmu frowned. "You aren't my match yet." Sunlight and moonlight from Yi Futian's dharma came down at the same time, shooting toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo. Qian Shanmu took out his flute and began to play. Suddenly, a frenzied storm came and shrouded the area. The flute was sharp and harsh. When the dharma met the sound, it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Yi Futian stepped forward with an amazing speed. His body seemed to have transformed into flames. He released ancient words that burned towards Qian Shanmu. He also raised his hands and sent out a handprint that destroyed everything. Qian Shanmu's music turned into sharp swords and ripped Yi Futian's dharma apart. That terrible spirit contained in the sound seemed to turn into arrows. Spiritual chi went wild and the golden arrows, guided by the rhythmic sorcery, shot toward Yi Futian. Boom, boom, boom. Frantic power broke out. Arrows were burnt but the handprint broke too. Yi Futian backed off but the icy intent released by the Dharma kept blooming. Countless arrows froze and fell down. So powerful. Yi Futian deserves to be a disciple of the cottage. But there is still a distance between him and Qian Shanmu, people commented. However, Yi Futian didn't intend to give up. He kept moving forward while his aura was growing more furious. Almost at the same time, a sword appeared. Yi Wuchen had acted. The sword went directly toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. Go inside, Yi Wuchen told Yi Futian. His sword was stopped by Qian Shanmu. But the next moment, both Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua fell into his sword world. They saw countless fierce swords rushing toward them. Qian Shanmu's flute grew harsher. It was as if numerous spiritual arrows penetrated into Yi Wuchen's brain. However, his spiritual swords also penetrated into Qian Shanmu's brain. With countless swords sweeping over, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were forced to retreat. Who is he? Someone saw Yi Wuchen and asked. He is Yi Wuchen from the Kangyi Kingdom, another answered. He and Yi Futian became famous in the barren ancient world at the same time. He is now the disciple of the Futian sword clan. They didn't expect that Yi Wuchen to be strong enough to beat back Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian rushed into the tower with an extreme speed. There was another door in the tower. There were strong cultivators guarding outside the door of the Yin family. They stared at Yi Futian indifferently, blocking his path. Yi Futian looked inside coldly. Tell him to give up, one of them said indifferently. Judging from their auras, they were at the noble level. The guards were actually nobles. You've learned nothing, have you? A voice said from the outside. Then a figure rushed into the tower. It was Luo Fan. He looked at the two nobles beside the door and asked, Do you remember what happened at the Qin palace? The two nobles frowned. They knew what happened outside though they were always guarding here. They had heard about what happened in the Qin dynasty too. But we won't let the cottage rob the Yin family's treasure, one of the nobles responded coldly. Luo Fan stepped forward. The fire stick in his hand instantly turned red. Suddenly, Flame Dragon Whip appeared, dancing in the tower. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Obliteration. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Obliteration. Luo Fan did not say anything unnecessary. This was the second time. Previously, the Donghua clan had already done something similar. Now, even the dying dynasty dared to bully the cottage like this. The dragon whip charged out. Many fire dragons seemed to appear in the sky and swept towards the two nobles directly. The two emitted a violent aura. They retreated to the side and did not dare to release too much power in case it would cause the entire tower to collapse. Seeing an opening, Yi Futian flashed forward, stepping into the door. How dare you! The two nobles wanted to stop him, but the dragon whip lashed onto the space. Even the space seemed to be cut into two pieces by the flaming dragon whip, and they did not dare to resist it head-on. At the moment, many cultivators had arrived outside the tower. The people from the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family reached gradually, all wanting to enter the tower. However, on the eaves of the tower, a figure was standing quietly. It was Shui Yi, the fourth disciple of the cottage. Thousands of pages danced around him and flooded the entire space, blocking everyone outside. Does the cottage intend to cross the line? A cultivator from the Yin family said coldly, staring at Shui Yi. I have something to announce. Although Yu Sheng is not officially a cottage disciple yet, his status is equivalent to one. The Yin family should pray that he is fine at the moment. Otherwise, there will be no more Yin family in the Eastern Barren territory, Shui Yi said calmly and looked at the cultivator from the Yin family as if it was something very ordinary. Are you joking? A cultivator from the Qin dynasty said emotionlessly. The Yin family was a subsidiary force of the Qin dynasty. Scholars are all honest people. We don't joke, Shui said. The faces of the people from the Yin family turned extremely pale. The disciples of the cottage would always do what they had said. Even a noble from the Donghua clan was disabled by them just like that. Actually, the people from the Yin family naturally did not dare to deal with Yuxing like that. Otherwise, if he really died, it would also be a disaster for the Yin family. However, the person who just shouted was not a current member of the Yin family, but a being in the tower. Do scholars like to snatch what they like by force as well? A cultivator from the Donghua clan questioned. I can testify for this. Someone from the Yin family said himself that cottage disciples can take the demonic tripod away if they have the ability to do so. Lu Feiyang smiled and said. It's not just me. Many people here should have heard this as well. The looks from the cultivators of the Yin family were extremely cold as they stared at Yin Mo who was below them. At the moment, Yin Mo's body was trembling. Clearly, he knew that his unintentional words had gotten them into much trouble. The people of my Yin family are not disciplined enough, an elder of the Yin family said. That's it? Not disciplined enough? Shui Yi smiled. Furthermore, you almost killed my cottage disciple. The cottage wants to snatch the treasure of my Yin family, and yet you sound so righteous. This is way too much. In the sky, another cultivator had arrived. It was the master of the Yin family. He had a terrifying aura around his body as if he was a ferocious beast. His burly body was filled with an extremely violent strength. The third brother once said that cottage disciples are reasonable, however, since we have met unreasonable people, we can only speak with our fists. Shui Yi looked at the master of the Yin family, and his voice suddenly turned dominating. We are bullying your Yin family. So what? Dong. The master of the Yin family took a step forward, and his might crushed everything beside him. Try it if you dare. Suddenly, a cold voice spread out. Many people looked in that direction and saw a lady standing proudly. The lady had a proud temperament and was standing with her body straight. Behind her, there were many other cultivators. A mountain elder from the college. Some people knew her identity, Zhu Qing, a mountain elder in the college. This time, it was not only the cottage which came from the college. 2 mountain elders went down the mountain as well. The mountain elders were preceded only by the college chief. Unlike the ordinary college disciples, they naturally knew what to do in this kind of situation. At the moment, another cultivator arrived at the place. He had a very sharp temperament and was carrying a blade behind his back. He was from the Sword Saint Mountain. After the event at the Qin dynasty, my master said that anyone who bullies his junior at the cottage will do so at his own risk, the person said emotionlessly. Immediately, the whole atmosphere became tense. When the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan teamed up, they were naturally a superpower in the Eastern Barren territory. However, the cottage, the college, and the Sword Saint Mountain were no weaker when they joined up either. If a war really was to break out, the entire Eastern Barren territory would be covered in blood. As for the Yin family, although it had a strong power in Chaoga City, it was really too weak when compared to such a force. The master of the Yin family stopped in his spot. The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. The people from all the major forces had already arrived. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The event at the moment looked somewhat similar to the one at the Qin dynasty. However, in the last time, the cottage disciples appeared to be isolated and helpless. The issue was only solved after Gu Donglu went down the mountain. This time was different. After the last event, the Sword Saint had made his position directly and instructed his disciples on what to do. Therefore, today the Sword Saint Mountain stood out at once. Furthermore, there was also the college this time. The college had 9 mountains. Apart from the first mountain where the college chief resided and the cottage, there were still 7 mountains. All the 7 mountain elders were not simple. The situation went into a stalemate at this instant. Yu Sheng was trying to lift the tripod again and he was still as violent as before. The demonic tripod was emitting a whizzing sound and even caused the sky to darken. Along with the two parties facing each other in a stalemate, the atmosphere appeared to be extremely repressed. At the moment, Yi Futian stepped into the hall in the tower. The magnificent hall was emitting an ancient feeling. Yi Futian stared at the space in front of him directly. There was a matrix which was crafted from many brilliant symbols. Inside the matrix, there was an illusory figure formed by willpower which looked like an elder. Previously when Yu Sheng was attacked, Yi Futian already knew that it was a will attack. Now when he saw the scene, he realized that the illusory figure was a person from the previous generation in the Yin family. His will did not dissipate and was kept by the matrix so that he could be worshipped at this place. Around the matrix, there were 5 rods. On each rod, a light of different color was flowing, and they represented the 5 elements respectively. The matrix was connected by the 5 illusory rods. It rotated continuously and repeatedly to absorb the power of the 5 elements in the world. The elder stared coldly at Yi Futian. He had clearly sensed the situation outside. His action of interrupting the person who was trying to lift the tripod seemed to have brought much trouble to the Yin family, which he did not expect to happen. He was worshipped at this place. Although he did know some of the things happening outside, his knowledge was very limited. Obviously, he did not know what happened in the Qin dynasty. Today, the younger generation of the Yin family had brought the 2 geniuses from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to the place in order to learn from him. He gave the 2 a lecture, before the event regarding Yu Sheng happened. Ancestor of the Yin family? Yi Futian glanced coldly at the figure. His roar almost caused the demonic tripod to kill Yu Sheng on the spot. He walked forward and approached the matrix. Youngster, this is not where you are supposed to enter. Go out, the illusory figure said emotionlessly. The rods are not bad. Can you give them to me for free? Yi Futian neared the matrix and reached out his hand. Holding one of the rods installed in the place, he applied a gentle force and wanted to pull it out. Bang! A violent, invisible gust of spiritual qi erupted and enveloped him, pressuring his body. The illusory figure said coldly, "You think that I do not dare to kill you? You have already seen the situation outside. If anything happens to me, the Yin family will die with me." Yi Futian smiled as if he was not worried at all. He continued to exert force, attempting to take the rod away. The illusory figure looked frustrated. If the rods were taken away, the matrix would collapse and his existence could no longer be maintained. Are all the young people today so presumptuous? He stared at Yi Futian. In an instant, he turned into a frightening willpower and started to pressure Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian only felt like he was standing against a top noble. The might wanted to crush his will. Do you want to leave yourself, or do you need me to send you away? An emotionless voice erupted in Yi Futian's mind as if the illusory figure had charged into his mind directly. He sounded extremely arrogant. Idiot. A mocking smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. Then, water and flame intense exploded simultaneously and enveloped the illusory will directly. Yi Futian was actually waiting for him to launch a willpower attack. If it was a real top-level and noble will, he would lose. However, the opposite party was trying to pressure him with a residue willpower only. You are overconfident, the elder said coldly and allowed the water and flame intense to approach himself. Is it? The two communicated through their wills. On Yi Futian's body, an extremely dazzling light was flowing, as if it was Emperor's light. The water and flame intense charged into the illusory will. A divine flame seemed to appear on the flame intent and turned into several ancient characters. Fire, flare, blaze. Every ancient character seemed to contain an emperor's imprint. The illusory figure gasped in horror as he could only feel his will starting to burn. At the same moment, the icy intent engulfed him as well. It was sufficient to freeze any willpower to death. Under the water and flame intense, the illusory figure cried in pain and roared angrily, "Go away." The illusory figure turned extremely violent as he tried to break free and escape. "You can go and really die now." Yi Futian's voice was very cold. The will of the elder was slowly eaten away. At the center of the matrix, the elderly figure trembled wildly and turned lighter and lighter. "Help!" he shouted loudly. Outside the tower, many people were astonished, especially those from the Yin family. "Get out of the way," the master of the Yin family roared in anger and stepped forward, causing Shui Ye's spells to erupt totally. At the same time, a dragon whip struck out and actually caused two nobles to be blown away. Then, Luo Fan appeared at the place as well. Seeing Luo Fan's emergence, many people were momentarily stunned. Even Shui Yi had a strange expression on his face as he said, "It's not you." "I think the little brother can settle it himself," Luo Fan said. "Quick!" The figure in the tower called for help again. In the matrix, the figure became more and more illusory. Gradually, it turned into nothingness and totally disappeared. Yi Futian looked in front of him coldly. The matrix stopped slowly and the 5 illusory rods around it actually turned into 5 beams of light which flew towards the same spot. They converged together and turned into a single body. Chapter 261, Small Tricks. Chapter 261, Small Tricks. The rod was glittering with the light of 5 different colors. Yi Futian was stunned for a while. It seemed that apart from the matrix, the power of the ritual implement was also used to seal the willpower of the ancestor of the Yin family at this place. He released his will and entered the rod. Immediately, a link was formed between Yi Futian and the rod. Extending his arm, the rod flew into his hand. The spiritual qi of the 5 elements circled around the rod which could change its color depending on the element. 5-element rod. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and he controlled his willpower. Immediately, the rod turned flame red, as if it could burn everything in the world. Then, he controlled his will again and the rod turned green and extremely soft. He swung his hand and the rod started to extend. It could even bend like vines. Air. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. The 5-element rod could actually change its form. It was indeed a treasure. It seemed that he really had to thank the Yin family. Raising his legs, Yi Futian began to walk outside. At the moment, the atmosphere outside the tower was already extremely tense. The master of the Yin family wanted to enter by force, but Zhu Qing appeared before him. The master of the Yin family knew that although the Yin family was a subsidiary force under the Qin dynasty, if a war really was to break out, the Yin family would suffer the most. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the Qin dynasty would really start a war because of the Yin family in the first place. Yi Futian walked out of the tower. At once, he was greeted by countless stares. Seeing the rod in Yi Futian's hand, the face of the master of the Yin family instantly turned extremely cold as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. "You destroyed the matrix?" "Yup." Yi Futian nodded and was very calm. "You wanted to take away the demonic tripod of my Yin family, and now you have destroyed the will of my ancestor. This is really too much," the master of the Yin family roared in anger. "Don't pretend like you have been wronged." Zhu Qing glanced at the master of the Yin family emotionlessly. "I already know what happened. You said that the words from the person who guards the demonic tripod cannot represent the attitude of the entire Yin family. Do you think the people from the college are all idiots? If it's just like that, we can ignore it. But when Yu Sheng was about to break the binding and lift the tripod, you suppressed him by force directly. If Yu Sheng is not a member of the college, I think that even if he was killed, you all would not even frown and hesitate a bit. Now, you want to act as if you are the pitiful person here." The people around were all speechless. This was, in fact, the reality. Power is above everything. If Yu Sheng was not from the cottage, he would not dare to think about taking the demonic tripod away. Otherwise, he would not even know what killed him. The Yin family felt wronged because they could not do anything, and that in turn was because of their strength, because they were against the college. Just as they were talking, an extremely violent aura was released near the demonic tripod. Yu Xing seemed to have turned into a devil completely and broke the binding continuously. He lifted the tripod to 9 feet high and even the sky seemed to discolor. Following a loud roar, the endless power of the matrix dissipated and the repressive force vanished. Lifting the tripod, Yu Xing ascended into the air like an overpowering demon king. He did it. Everyone was shocked. Yu Xing caused the demonic tripod to break free from the binding of the matrix. The demonic tripod was still filled with a shocking demonic will, but the patterns and light on the tripod were disappearing slowly. In the next moment, the huge demonic tripod turned into a small tripod and landed in Yu Xing's palm. The demonic forces in the sky dissipated. Yu Xing had done what nobody could in thousands of years. The demonic tripod finally found its master. Ba. The Arhat put his hands together and said softly, ominous sign. Everyone around looked at the Arhat. Previously, the Arhat already said that if Yu Xing was to get the demonic tripod, something very evil would happen. Now Yu Xing did it. Did it mean that in the future, he would really kill a lot of people just like what the Arhat had said? The tripod was left by the ancestors of my Yin family. The expression of the master of the Yin family froze. The demonic tripod was really lifted by Yu Xing. Clearly, he was planning to bring the tripod away. The demonic tripod has found its master and can finally release its radiance. The Yin family should be happy instead. Zhu Qing glanced at Yu Xing. The master of the Yin family looked extremely annoyed. In the tripod tower, both the demonic tripod and the will of their ancestor were actually indeed quite useless to the Yin family. However, they were the only remains from the previous generations. They were the proofs that the Yin family had once been glorious. The tripod tower zone was open to the public and anyone could come and try to lift the tripod. The purpose of this was so that other people in the world would not forget that the Yin family was once grand. However, because of the events today, the remains were all taken away. Furthermore, the Yin family had also lost all its face. As for the death of his ancestor, he was actually not very bothered. The ancestor had been worshipped for so many years and was already valueless long ago. Now, he even brought a disaster to the Yin family. The master of the Yin family also knew that if the ancestor did not attack and almost kill Yu Xing, the issue might still be alleviated. However, after he launched the attack, the conflict broke up completely. The Yin family was wrong in the first place. Since the cottage had all the reasons on their side, they would certainly be domineering. Everyone knew what kind of place the college cottage was. The atmosphere froze at this instant. The college and the cottage would not actively start a dispute. However, if they were provoked, they were not afraid to start a war. The others could choose whether to offend them or not. In fact, this kind of attitude would usually be the most difficult one to deal with. They were all major forces standing at the top of the pyramid in the Eastern Barren Territory. Who would dare to start a war so easily? Even if they did and one of the forces won, the force would also just barely win and suffer a huge loss. Those forces watching the war in safety would then reap the spoils without any effort. I heard that you were threatened by Gu Zhiqiu not long ago. At the moment, among the people from the Qin dynasty, Qin Li suddenly looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he stared at Qin Li. The people from the college and the cottage frowned. You disgraced his junior sister as a servant and were threatened. Then, you came to the Yin family and bullied them by taking advantage of your background. Only able to do those small tricks. Is that you, Yi Futian? Qin Li smiled mockingly. Since this is the case, Senior Yin, we will just give the treasure to the cottage for free. A few days later, we will have some friendly fights with the college disciples. How is that? Hearing Qin Li's words, the master of the Yin family knew that he could not do anything else. Clearly, the Qin dynasty was not willing to start a war because of the issue. As the grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li's words were naturally impactful. What did the Yin family have to deal with the college? Alright. We'll give it to the college for free, the master of the Yin family gritted his teeth and said. Many of the onlookers around felt somewhat disappointed. Do they not dare to start a war in the end? Onlookers who are watching for fun will never be afraid that the matter may get out of hand. Of course, they also knew that it was not easy for these kinds of forces to start a war. Please. Qin Li signaled everyone to give way. Immediately, all the people stepped aside to allow the people from the college to leave. He appeared to be very polite. He smiled and looked at Yi Futian, as if he was not the loser. Let's go, Zhu Qing said. The group stepped out and passed through the crowd. When Yi Futian passed by Qin Li, he stopped for a moment. Looking at Qin Li, he smiled, and then he left the place. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. The smile Yi Futian had before he left was very weird. What did he mean? Yu Sheng, Yi Futian shouted. Yu Sheng followed the group and they walked away. On the way, Luo Fan walked beside Yi Futian and asked, What did Gu Zhiqiu do to you? He warned me, but it's no big deal. Qin Li incited us deliberately. He probably hopes that we will fall out with the witch clan. Yi Futian smiled. He knew exactly what Qin Li was thinking. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. The two superpowers then established a college. Also, Qin Li went to the Moon clan to chase the virgin Chu Yaoyao. Obviously, they wanted to ally with various forces and give the college a blow first by pulling it down from its sacred position. Since when did you have such a low profile? Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything else. Yi Futian and his team went back to their individual residences. The news quickly spread in Chaoga City. A cottage disciple actually snatched the treasure of the Yin family by force. Yi Futian was even described by Qin Li as someone who could only do small tricks. Furthermore, according to Qin Li, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu from the witch clan threatened Yi Futian because of his junior Gu Biue. Both the cottage and Yi Futian did not reply anything. Was it because they knew they were in the wrong? Anyhow, Yi Futian's own level was not high, but he had been creating trouble in many places by relying on the name of the cottage. It seemed that he was indeed a troublemaker and unworthy of his name. Yi Futian's reputation was ruined in such an odd way. However, he did not bother to pay attention to the rumors outside. Common people were always like this. Their thoughts were easily changed by the words of others. They believed that whatever everyone else was saying must be true. However, if one was really that outstanding, there would eventually be a day when everyone would know one's name, and what kind of person one was. There was no need to explain, or to deliberately prove anything. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both kept a low profile. In the inn, Yu Sheng was quietly cultivating. At the moment, he was sitting inside the demonic tripod. The tripod had restored to its original size and was standing on the ground. Yu Sheng released his demonic art and drew the power of the demonic tripod. In an instant, the demon patterns on the tripod seemed to have come alive. A terrifying demonic light flew and gushed into Yu Sheng's body wildly. The entire scene was very appalling. A rumbling sound erupted forcefully from the demonic tripod. There seemed to be an extremely violent power that was perfecting Yu Sheng's physical body. After cultivating for quite a while, a fierce bang was suddenly heard. A beam of dark demonic light charged up towards the roof and crushed the room. Yu Sheng emerged on the spot. The demonic tripod turned into a small tripod which he held in his hand. A monstrous demonic light was flowing on his body. Yi Futian came to the place. Glancing at the room which had largely disappeared, he rolled his eyes. Can this guy not make such an exaggerated impact when he cultivates? You managed to break through. Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng. Yup, Yu Sheng nodded, I have entered the 7th level Dharma plane. Can't you be quieter? Yi Futian widened his eyes at Yu Sheng. I can't control it. Yu Sheng was somewhat innocent. Apart from enhancing the body and cultivating, what else can the demonic tripod do? Yi Futian asked. It's all demonic powers. Not suitable for you. Yu Sheng simpered at Yi Futian. You should use it to help you to cultivate, Yi Futian said. In these few days, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had been spreading malicious remarks about him, but they were still considered to have had a low profile. However, on the opening day of the Dongqing College, the two forces would probably not keep to such a low profile anymore. They had made the event so grand. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua was also meant to give publicity to the event. Furthermore, in the tripod tower, Qin Li tolerated his anger as well. How could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan did not plan anything special? It was just that at the moment, nobody knew exactly what kind of surprise they had planned for the college. Chapter 262, Arrival. Chapter 262, Arrival. It was the last day of the year 10002 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the end of yet another year. The last day of every year was quite extraordinary and meaningful to the Divine Prefecture of the East. To the people of the Divine Prefecture, it was a day of reunion. The year was almost over and the next one was about to come. On the last day of this year, Chaoga City was particularly lively. At the moment, all the top forces had gathered in Chaoga. Apart from that, countless people had also come from the central area of the Eastern Barren Territory, waiting to see the grand occasion on the next day. Many people would spend the year-end in Chaoga City. At night, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, embellished by many tiny stars. In the sky above Chaoga City, fireworks bloomed every now and then. The entire place looked very prosperous and spectacular. At the place where the cultivators from the Donghua clan were staying, there was a courtyard. At the moment, a lady was sitting there and playing her guqin. Under the night sky, she seemed extremely ethereal. Her elegant appearance and jasper-like purity made her look like a beauty who was not even from this world. She was Hua Qingqing, one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory and the fairy in the minds of all the Donghua clan disciples. However, nobody in the Donghua clan dared to have any evil thoughts about her. A person would not think about disrespecting Hua Qingqing after merely seeing her face. Furthermore, everyone in the Donghua clan knew that only he was the Mr. Right for Hua Qingqing. Only he deserved a lady like Hua Qingqing. He was obviously the person who was honored by the leader of the Donghua clan as a genius that would only appear in the clan once every 100 years. He was also the future of the Donghua clan, one who could bring the Donghua clan to its peak. He was Lu Nantian, the most talented person in the Donghua clan. The phrase, one of, could be omitted. Even though Qian Shanmu was known as the best musician among the young generation, both his level and martial talents were weaker than Lu Nantian. Everyone in the Donghua clan knew clearly that Lu Nantian would be their next leader. It was even said that the current leader was already preparing to let him take over the Donghua clan and might give the clan to him at any time. Moreover, Hua Qingqing, the most beloved daughter of the leader, was also betrothed to Lu Nantian. Previously, Gu Donghua went to the Qin dynasty and disabled the noble from the Donghua clan. After the news spread to the Donghua clan, a challenge was sent to the cottage. It was said that Lu Nantian wanted to send the letter himself. He had already not battled for many years. To date, he had not lost any fight. In the upcoming battle, his opponent would be the 3rd disciples of the cottage. To the people of the Donghua clan, it would be the last challenge Lu Nantian would have before becoming the leader. He would shock the world with his name by stepping on Gu Donglu, and then slowly take over the Donghua clan. At the moment, Lu Nantian stood quietly beside Hua Qingqing and looked at her in silence. He enjoyed looking at her and listening to her music. She was so pure and innocent, just like a clear stream in the muddy world, never contaminated. As long as a person lived in the world, he would face constant conflicts and struggles. Even in the Donghua clan, people had mutual suspicion and deception. Only she had always been beautiful and innocent. Whenever Lu Nantian saw her, he would feel a rare sense of peace in his heart. He really liked her, without any desire. He felt good just by seeing her. The melodious music slowly came to a stop. Hua Qingqing had beautifully tender hands and slender fingers. She put down her hands and then raised her head slightly with a clear look in her eyes. Staring at the figure standing before her, she said softly, "Tomorrow will be the day of the battle. Are you confident?" Smiling, Lu Nantian shook his head. "If you change my opponent to a person from another force, I will naturally be confident. However, my opponent is Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage. Who dares to say that he would definitely win against Gu Donglu?" Lu Nantian smiled and said in a calm tone. There were not many people in the Eastern Barren territory whom he would respect and view as worthy opponents. The first disciple and the third disciple of the cottage were, of course, such people. In addition, the cottage was indeed an honorable force as well. "Be careful then," Hua Qingqing said softly, and she was similarly very calm. It was as if the battle which had attracted much attention was not very important to them, or at least, they were not bothered by it that much. "Okay." Lu Nantian smiled. Then, he raised his head and gazed at the many stars in the sky. The countless stars in the sky were just like the cultivators in the world. However, there were only a few which could remain as the brightest ones. Most people, albeit talented, were only like a meteor. They would flash across the sky and then disappear, only being able to release a short-lived radiance. The cottage disciples were gathered together at the moment, enjoying the annual banquet. Yi Futian said, "Fifth brother, your cooking skills are amazing. It's all through practice." Although Luo Fan was praised, he did not seem to be proud at all. "I really envy you. You can become so skilled in cooking by practice." Yi Futian smiled gently. "The second sister is not here and nobody will protect you. Be careful of what you say." Luo Fan glanced at Yi Futian and warned. "Does this guy still think that he is on the mountain and protected by the sister? It's not like we're not going back." Hearing Luo Fan's threat, Yi Futian smiled and looked at him. Immediately, Luo Fan's face darkened and he widened his eyes fiercely at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian really was to complain about him after going back, he would have a hard time in the future. Sigh. As a senior, I was actually bullied by the little brother. It feels really weird without the second sister and sister Xingyu this year, Shui said softly. As he spoke, he even glanced at Gu Donglu. "Just eat. There are still things to do tomorrow," Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. "Third brother, how confident are you about the fight with Lu Nantian tomorrow?" Luo Fan asked curiously. Nobody knew exactly what the third brother was thinking. "I don't know," Gu Donglu replied. Lu Nantian became famous before he did and had many glorious victories. Subsequently, he seldom battled at all, and nobody knew how strong he was now. However, nobody dared to doubt his power either. Even the cottage would not look down on a person like Lu Nantian. "Is Lu Nantian very strong?" Yi Futian asked. Even a person as strong as the third brother was actually not confident about defeating Lu Nantian. "He is the most talented person in the Donghua clan. Clearly, he is not ordinary," Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian nodded lightly. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were both the very top forces in the Eastern Barren territory. Since Lu Nantian could be honored as the most talented person in the Donghua clan, he was undoubtedly very strong. Nevertheless, Yi Futian obviously hoped that the third brother would win. The fight was very important to both the Donghua clan and the college. "After you all finish eating, get an early rest." Gu Donglu stood up and left. Everyone stared at the back of the leaving Gu Donglu. Luo Fan then said softly, "It seems like there will really be a tough fight tomorrow. Have a good sleep today and be energized for tomorrow," Shui muttered. I wonder where the master is now, Xiaoshi mumbled. He is certainly trying to deceive a child somewhere, Luo Fan whispered. Then, he secretly peeked in the direction where the third brother left. If the third brother hears that, you will be in serious trouble, Yi Xiaoshi said, smiling. Yi Futian looked at the other few in doubt. Seeing his puzzled look, Luo Fan patted on his shoulder and said sincerely, little brother, you need to remember that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master, just like me. After speaking, he stood up and left. Yi Futian was somewhat stunned. Do not say anything bad about the master in front of the third brother, Yi Xiaoshi reminded Yi Futian. Then, he left as well. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and understood everything instantly. However, he was also not very bothered by the words. There were not many disciples in the world who were as respectful towards their master as him, so he did not need to worry about this kind of problem at all. This was clear by looking at his father-in-law who had always been very proud of him. The few brothers went to their individual rooms and Yusheng also went back to cultivate. Yi Futian went to the roof alone and lied down, staring at the crescent moon and countless stars in the sky. Under the moonlight, a charming, elf-like figure seemed to appear faintly before him. It had yet been another year. Since that particular year, he had spent every year-end with Jieyu. This year, however, Jieyu was not beside him and he really missed her. She actually dares to stay in the Moon Clan and did not come and see me. Next time I see her, I must teach her a good lesson to raise my position. This is ridiculous. As Yi Futian was thinking, the image of his father also came to his mind. I wonder where that old bastard is hiding right now. And mother, aunt, and Yi Qin. I wonder how they are doing now. Where exactly did the godfather bring them to? Where is the godfather himself? Thinking about this, Yi Futian closed his eyes and actually fell asleep without knowing it. He just slept on the roof of the building. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the year when he was 15, when he just got to know Jieyu and they fell in love. In his dream, he also saw a picture in his memory. On Mount Tianyao, the snow ape shattered the sky with the 9 heavenly attacks and died bravely. He saw those divine generals and the all-powerful Princess Donghuang. In his dream, he seemed to have another dream, in which he saw an extremely burly and majestic figure who looked like a real emperor of the world. However, his face was somewhat blurred and could not be seen clearly. When the sky finally turned slightly bright and the year 10003 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had arrived, Yi Futian opened his eyes. Bathed in the cool wind, his look was clear and focused. Another year was gone. Time really flies. Chaoga City started to turn lively. Just as the sky turned bright, countless people started to head for the Dongqing College. Today was destined to be a day which would be recorded in history. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were going to be married, and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would ally through this. The Dongqing College would officially open, and Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were going to have a battle. Any one of these things was already sufficient to attract the attention of everyone in the world. Chapter 263, Martial Arts Platform. Chapter 263, Martial Arts Platform. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua was scheduled to take place at the Dongqing College. On the first day of the new year, countless cultivators in Chaoga City headed towards the same place at the same time, forming an endless stream of people which filled the entire sky and all the streets. The people from various top forces had been staying near the Dongqing College. When they left their places, the whole region was already filled with people who were all going to the college. Outside the Dongqing College, there was already a sea of people at the moment. However, there was a path at the center of the crowd. Only members of the top-tier forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allowed to enter. Yi Futian arrived at the place with the others from the cottage and the people from the college. However, the third brother Gu Donglu and the 2 mountain elders from the college were nowhere to be seen. Due to their status, there was no need for them to observe the marriage between the 2 juniors. Similarly, they did not need to give the opposite party any face. It was not just the college. The leaders of all the top forces did not come personally. Instead, they had only sent someone to represent their force. When Futian and his team arrived, many other cultivators had similarly just reached the place. He saw the members of the Moon clan who were led by a few seniors. Chu Yao Yao was also among the crowd. The group of charming beauties attracted much attention. "Fairy sister, hello," Futian shouted at one of the ladies in the crowd. She was the lady whom he met when he went to find Jieyu. The lady smiled at him, and many disciples of the Moon clan stared curiously at Futian one after another. "Is this Futian, the man whom Hua Jieyu loves?" Recently, there have been malicious rumors about him in Chaoga City. From the look of it, his behavior does seem to be somewhat frivolous. Many people glanced at Chu Yao Yao. Lately, she had been very close to Qin Li. On the previous day, which was the last day of the previous year, they had even gone out on a date. It was still unclear whether they would be together in the future. On the other hand, the relationship between Qin Li and Futian was somewhat subtle. Together with the conflict between Hua Jieyu and Chu Yao Yao in the Moon clan, many disciples of the Moon clan developed an intriguing thought. Entering the Dongqin College, they were guided along the way, which eventually led them to a ceremony platform. Whenever the members of various top forces arrived, they would occupy the positions around the ceremony platform and start to look at the platform before them. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was there commanding the various matters. Noticing the arrival of the Moon clan disciples, Qin Li stopped what he was doing and walked towards Chu Yao Yao. This scene caused a strange expression to appear on the faces of many. Below the ceremony platform, many major forces from the Eastern Barren Territory and Chaoga City arrived. They looked at the many figures around the platform and were somewhat fascinated. Today, every single top force in the Eastern Barren Territory was here. Such a grand event was indeed extremely rare. Gu Donglu is not here. Someone noticed the arrival of the college, and Gu Donglu was not among the group. Of course, Lu Nantian did not show up so quickly either. The Arhat and the Warlock are both here. Someone looked in the direction where the people from the Qianqiu Temple and the Witch Clan were at. Fewer people had come from these two forces as compared to the others because there were fewer disciples in the Qianqiu Temple and the Witch Clan in the first place. However, precisely because of this, everyone else did not dare to look down on the disciples of these two forces. It was just like the cottage, it only had 8 disciples but was still famous in the whole world. The Arhat and the Warlock were 2 legendary geniuses. They naturally attracted the attention of many. It was said that the Arhat lifted the demonic tripod 4 feet high before Yusheng's attempt, surpassing many. When Yusheng was lifting the tripod, he claimed that Yusheng would become a person that would bring ill fortune. On the other hand, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu spoke out for the witch Gu Biue and warned Futian. Apart from them, Zhisong and Qi Ao from the Futian Sword Clan, Ji Kong from the Ji family and a few people from the Royal Xian Temple and the Sword Saint Mountain had also attracted much attention. Today, there were too many outstanding cultivators here whom one would hardly see on an ordinary occasion. Just looking at the college, there were people like the leader Bai Lishu and the junior Xiao Wuji who were very famous, not to mention the cottage. At the sides of the ceremony platform, people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan appeared one after another. Seeing the emergence of the people from these two forces, everyone knew clearly what was going on. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua actually carried a special meaning. It was not held at the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan, but rather at the Dongqin College. The marriage would signify that the two top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allied officially. Together, they established the Dongqin College. Time passed by slowly. As people arrived gradually, ceremonial music and the roars of various demons started to spread in the Dongqin College. In the sky above the college, phoenixes appeared and danced in the air. Many beams of light sprinkled down, forming an auspicious scene. Just at this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. They held the hand of the other and then landed on the divine birds, moving down slowly. The two were elegant in their formal attire and looked stunningly bright. They were obviously Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. So beautiful. Countless people stared at Qin Mengrua, who was in the sky. Wearing a red ceremonial robe, she looked extremely charming, as if she was a goddess. Many people looked at Qian Shanmu in envy. Even if he was a top genius in the Donghua clan, he would surely be satisfied with such a wife. The two descended from the sky and landed at the center of the ceremonial platform. They had been holding the hand of the other all the time and faced the crowd. The king of Qin was not here, and the leader of the Donghua clan also did not come. There seemed to be something missing in the wedding ceremony. However, everyone knew that this wedding held at the Dongqin College was merely symbolic. The cultivators from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan walked behind the two one after another, their faces filled with smiles. Qin Yu took a step forward and stood beside Qian Shanmu. Looking at the people before him, he said, "Today is a grand event between the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. The best forces of the Eastern Barren Territory have all sent someone here as a representative, and we are indeed very honored. The new couple shall use this opportunity to announce the opening of the Dongqin College." After speaking, he backed away. A mighty aura was emitted from Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. Immediately, their clothes started to dance in the air and a violent aura surrounded the ceremonial platform. Even the ceremonial platform was vibrating. The eyes of all the people around the ceremonial platform sparkled as they looked at the two, puzzled. Then, a terrifying storm slowly tore the ceremonial platform apart. Following a loud bang, the ceremonial platform collapsed. Red light filled the entire place. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua started to descend. It was not just them, behind them, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan also started to descend. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they looked behind those people. There, a huge stone monument appeared. A few large characters were engraved on the stone monument, Dongqin College. Seeing the people from the two forces standing together before the stone monument, everyone knew clearly what this meant. The disciples of the college stared at the stone monument and their eyes were glittering with sharpness. The establishment of the Dongqin College was obviously against the Eastern Barren College. From this moment on, whenever the word college was mentioned in the Eastern Barren Territory, people would no longer just think of the Eastern Barren College. Today the Dongqin College opens officially. We invite all the nobles of the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to come here and teach. The people from various forces can also come here and cultivate. Apart from that, we already have almost 1,000 disciples in the Dongqin College. Furthermore, in the next 3 months, the college will be selecting outstanding cultivators to come here and cultivate. Qin Yu looked at the massive crowd in front of him and said, "Next, I will bring all of you to visit a place." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Dongqin College. The people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan beside him followed him one after another. The people from the various forces also stepped forward and followed him. Where was Qin Yu bringing them? After a while, the crowd came to an open space. Before them, there was a huge battle platform. Many enormous stone pillars stood at various places around the battle platform, while the ground was carved with symbols which connected the stone pillars. Suddenly, an endless amount of spiritual chi sparkled and converged into a frightening light curtain, enveloping the entire battle platform. This was a huge battle platform covered by a matrix. This is the martial arts platform of the Dongqin College. From today on, every battle that happens on the martial arts platform will be recorded into the history of the Dongqin College. Qin Yu pointed in front and said. The wedding between Qian Shanmu and Mengrua has unveiled the opening of the Dongqin College. And now, the first battle on the martial arts platform will be unveiled by the two of them. Just as he finished speaking, everyone could feel their hearts tremble. They clearly knew whom Qin Yu was referring to. Building such a special martial arts platform could indeed encourage the disciples of the Dongqing College to cultivate harder. Furthermore, the battle that was about to happen would make the martial arts platform even more sacred. At the moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the sky above the martial arts platform and landed on a towering stone pillar. There was no aura released from the figure at all. He just stood there quietly. The wind blew on his robe and his black long hair was similarly blown up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He gave everyone a feeling that he was very calm and cool-headed. No arrogance could be felt from him, and there were not even many emotions on his calm face. However, when he stood there, he gave everyone a feeling that he was superior. Lu Nantian, who was honored as the most talented genius in the Donghua clan in hundreds of years, had arrived. He appeared on the martial arts platform silently. He did not say anything, and only stood there quietly, waiting. Everyone knew that since he had reached, his opponent would be here very quickly as well. Indeed, before long, a path was split among the crowd. Countless people looked in that direction. There, a figure in white clothing was walking over slowly, and he was similarly very calm as if he was a simple scholar. He walked towards the martial arts platform step by step. Although he looked like a scholar, unlike Lu Nantian, there was a sense of determination from the scholar. It was the determination of a student. Gu Donglu is here. Looking at the figure who was walking towards the martial arts platform, everyone actually could not help holding their breaths. On the stone pillar of the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian looked below him. Gu Donglu raised his head and their looks collided with each other. In this instant, an invisible intent of battle filled the entire sky. Chapter 264, River Sunset. Chapter 264, River Sunset. He is finally here. Among the three major events in Chaoga City, this battle was the most anticipated one, because nobody could predict the outcome. These two people would represent the Donghua clan and the college in this top-level battle. It had an extraordinary meaning. At this moment, many people appeared among the crowd one after another. The leaders of various forces had also arrived quietly to watch the battle. Gu Donglu walked onto the martial arts platform. Around the enormous battle platform, the light curtain started to flow and the matrix was activated, covering the platform. Clearly, it was to prevent the two from injuring the spectators should the battle become too violent. Lu Nantian was still standing on the stone pillar. The two stood at different heights and stared at each other as if their opponent was the only thing left in their eyes. Everything outside had nothing to do with them at all. Everyone held their breaths and gazed at the martial arts platform. There was no sound at all, and the whole place was extremely quiet. The disciples of the Donghua clan clenched their fists tightly as they stared at the legendary figure of the Donghua clan. He will certainly win this fight, even if his opponent is Gu Donglu. Even the cottage disciples did not seem to be relaxed. On the previous day, the third brother had already said that he was not certain if he would win. Apart from the top forces, the people from the other major forces were also very nervous as they gazed at the two figures on the martial arts platform. The battle between the two would really be a top-level duel in their generation. Suddenly, on the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian stepped forward from the stone pillar and stood in the air. A trace of flame current spread from his body. In an instant, the flame burnt the sky and his surrounding became completely red as if it had turned into a world of flames. In the flame-filled sky, an enormous bird appeared. It was a divine bird, the three-legged golden raven. This was Lu Nantian's life spirit. With his life spirit as the center, an endless stream of scorching flames converged wildly behind him, forming many suns which hung in the sky. Gradually, a total of 9 suns were formed. In every sun, there was an illusory golden raven. The 9 scorching suns hung high in the sky. This was Lu Nantian's dharma, 9 suns in the sky. As a top-tier noble, both his life spirit and dharma had already evolved to a shocking degree. The sky above the martial arts platform was filled with flowing flame currents. Even the light curtain surrounding the martial arts platform turned red. Lu Nantian was a Grade 1 noble. The noble plane was divided into 9 grades, with Grade 1 being the highest. He was literally a top-level noble. His entire body was filled with noble will. An extremely dazzling stream of flame charged towards Gu Donglu. On its way, it condensed and turned into a 3-legged golden raven which crashed down towards him directly. There was no elemental spiritual qi flowing around Gu Donglu. However, there seemed to be an invisible aura around him. When he stood there, he looked like an invincible king. Noticing the incoming divine bird, Gu Donglu glanced at it with a very sharp look. From his pupils, an extremely frightening eye sorcery seemed to be cast and penetrated through the illusory 3-legged golden raven directly. In the next instant, the illusory divine bird was crushed and turned into spiritual qi which soon dissipated. Everyone watched attentively. Any random attack from Lu Nantian was already very powerful, but his opponent was Gu Donglu. It was obviously not possible for him to defeat Gu Donglu so easily. The battle had just begun. The sky above the martial arts platform had turned into a flaming world completely. Flames blotted out the sky and the entire place was carved with the imprint of fire. In the 9 suns, many solar divine birds appeared and hovered at various spots. Then, they started to engulf the fire elemental spiritual qi in the world wildly. Their bodies became increasingly real and large, and they soon enveloped the battle platform. Is Lu Nantian purely a fire elemental sorcerer? Yi Futian asked softly. He had the sun spirit and the sun dharma himself. However, Lu Nantian's life spirit was the divine bird, while his dharma was the 9 suns. Clearly, his dharma had evolved. Of course not, Luo Fan said. Having the divine bird, the 3-legged golden raven, as his life spirit, Lu Nantian would certainly not become a pure fire elemental sorcerer. Apart from the element of fire, the 3-legged golden raven life spirit had also given Lu Nantian the elements of metal and wind. At the same time, it had given him a strong martial arts talent. After all, it was an extremely violent divine bird. Of course, apart from those abilities, Lu Nantian was still very powerful just with his flame spells. For example, at the moment, the martial arts platform was already totally controlled by his flame. Where's the brother? Yi Futian asked, looking at the martial arts platform. Previously, Gu Donglu had only displayed a small fraction of his abilities outside the Qin Imperial Palace. Yi Futian could only tell that Gu Donglu was a very strong spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. He did not even really use all his powers during that battle. Just watch. Lu Nantian is a Grade 1 noble, and is also very famous. He should be able to force the brother to use all his powers. Luo Fan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the martial arts platform. This battle was worth watching and learning from even for nobles. Yi Futian nodded gently. On the martial arts platform, many illusory golden ravens were born from the flaming world, and they all charged towards Gu Donglu. At this instant, it seemed as if the battle was in Lu Nantian's total control. He wanted to burn Gu Donglu to death. Gu Donglu's hands formed a seal. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted from his body. Even the space around him seemed to resonate with his body. His pupils looked extremely frightening and vaguely, the outline of a monstrous figure appeared in his eyes. The outlined figure actually started to condense wildly from spiritual qi in front of him. Soon, a blurry figure slowly turned real. That was a war godlike figure. He stood in front of Gu Donglu with the shocking elan of a soldier. When the huge golden raven arrived, the war godlike figure punched out directly and crushed the golden raven. Conjurer. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The third brother was actually a powerful conjurer and summoned an illusory war god to fight for him. Furthermore, his conjuring ability was far superior to Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He completed the conjuring with eye sorcery and used his imagination to form the war god. Then, he finished summoning the war god which started to protect him. He did not need to draw anything. The conjured war god stood in front of Gu Donglu. Many faint characters and ancient seals appeared on his body. As they erupted, the aura around him became extremely appalling. He slapped out with his palms and the illusory divine birds were eliminated directly. However, in the sky, countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu from different directions. Gu Donglu was not bothered by the attack at all. He looked at another direction, and one more illusory war god formed and started to battle directly. Then, under the astonished stare of everyone, Gu Donglu summoned 9 different war gods. They guarded around him and no attacks could even go near him. The ancient characters and seals that appeared on the 9 terrifying war gods were all different, and their attacks were different as well. However, all of them were extremely powerful. Countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu like moths flying into fire. They were killed quickly by the war gods. Lu Nantian watched the scene calmly. Although they had not talked at all, he would be very disappointed if Gu Donglu was too weak. The 9 suns hung high in the sky and their radiance shot towards Gu Donglu. Then, a river of fire appeared in the sky, connecting the space between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu. River Sunset. The eyes of the people from the Donghua clan sparkled. They felt lucky that they could see Lu Nantian cast the river sunset themselves. One of the suns fell and descended along the long river, charging towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, countless golden ravens flew out from it. Apart from containing a terrifying flame breath, they also had an extremely sharp metallic aura that would tear everything apart. Gu Donglu raised his head and saw the river sunset pressing towards him. A sun was hanging above him. Standing there, he felt that even his body was going to burn into nothingness. Gu Donglio's hands continued to form seals, and many handprints flew into the 9 war gods. Then, the 9 war gods resonated and roared simultaneously. The sound tore the sky apart and the incoming golden ravens were actually crushed in the horrifying vocal storm. However, the sun continued to fall and its power became stronger and stronger. A war god dashed out and stepped into the river of fire directly. He raised his palms into the sky and held the falling sun with his hands directly, covering the entire sky. The terrifying light from the sun and the illusory golden ravens collided onto him, but he did not move at all. A very bright radiance erupted from his body and it was as if he would never be defeated. Another sun fell down and charged towards Gu Donglu along the river. During the river sunset, the 9 suns would descend continuously and their powers would keep increasing. When the 9 suns fell together, they would be powerful enough to burn everything in the world. In the past, Lu Nantian had used this spell to defeat a very strong noble who was 2 grades above him. Now, he was already a grade 1 noble and cast the river sunset. Its frightening powers could thus be well imagined. There were probably not many people in the Eastern Barren territory who could block this spell. Even among all the top forces, there were also only a few people who could deal with the spell. Could Gu Donglu take the spell? The disciples of the Donghua clan held their breaths and gazed at the battlefield. Their eyes were glittering with fanaticism. This was the most talented person of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian. Everyone from the college stared at the martial arts platform as well. Many disciples were even worried about Gu Donglu, as Lu Nantian seemed way too overpowering. Although the martial arts platform was sealed and they could not feel how strong the attack was exactly, they could already feel how violent it was just by looking at the scene. Gu Donglu is a grade 2 noble. His level is slightly lower, Zhu Qing said. But his combat ability is definitely among the top. The river sunset is very famous, but if Gu Donglu cannot even take this spell, then he would not be Gu Donglu anymore, the other mountain elder Zhong Su said. Although the college had opinions towards the cottage, they still recognized how strong the cottage disciples were. Bai Lishu, if you are in the battlefield instead, can you take the spell? Zhu Qing looked at and asked Bai Lishu, the first disciple of the college chief. I did not feel its true power, so I can't say for sure, Bai Lishu replied. Zhu Qing nodded. She was even thinking that if she was the one fighting, what the outcome would be. Chapter 265, My Turn. Chapter 265, My Turn. Yi Futian stared at the two battling. The river sunset was a long river of fire that connected the sky with the ground. The sun fell down and golden ravens continuously poured out. The entire martial arts podium turned into a world of flames. This was the ability of a top noble. If it wasn't for the matrix that sealed the martial arts podium, a noble that wanted to kill could destroy everything. He couldn't be defeated by number. Yi Futian vaguely remembered the worries that Emperor Yi and Emperor Luo had. They were afraid of truly going to war. This spell matches the abilities of Lu Nantian. He probably didn't get it merely from cultivation, Yi Futian murmured. Of course, Luo Fan said, nodding. It's clear this is a modified spell. It matches Lu Nantian's talent, which is why he can release such mighty power. He created it. There are thousands upon thousands of spells in the world. However, they were all created by our predecessors. They can be used directly for cultivation, but they might not suit everyone. A genius can create their own spells and martial arts methods that suit themselves. Yi Futian nodded. His senior brother was teaching him without meaning to. On the martial arts podium, a second sun fell. It was even more powerful. Gu Donglu still stood calmly. Before him, 9 summoned war gods stood before him in a formation. After that, Gu Donglu created a madra. 9 large ancient words burst from his hands and fell upon the 9 war gods. Horrible power came from them. These 9 words were the Kujian, the 9 seals of spiritual power. Together, they meant, may the presiders over warriors be my vanguard. Horrible power swept through. The Kujian continuously appeared within the 9 war gods. They created the madras together and resonated with the sky and earth. Spiritual chi went wild. Every madra was different. Various suns pressed down. The pressure kept building but couldn't break through the defense of the 9 war gods. Third senior brother must have cultivated many martial arts madras, Yi Futian murmured. The 9 war gods formed different madras and were clearly controlled by Gu Donglu. He was using his cultivation through the war gods to fight against the Sunset River. It's still early. I don't even know how many abilities he has, Luo Fan said, chuckling. Who in the cottage could rival the third senior brother? The ones who had tried before had all been beaten up and became obedient. As for his abilities, probably only first senior brother knew. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Sword Saint Mountain many times for friendly challenges with first senior brother and to practice martial arts. This was probably what the experts are lonely meant. He rarely had any competitors. Now, Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was one. Of course, the one who could restrict Gu Donglu was also in the cottage. It was second senior sister. 9 suns descended along the flaming river. At this moment, the 9 suns of the Sunset River were about to burn the heavens. They wrapped the entire sky in the flames. Gu Donglu and the 9 war gods were at the heart of the storm. 9 golden ravens flew out. The deep and dark red was shocking. At almost the same time, the 9 words on the 9 war gods burst violently. The madra shot forward. The 9 war gods each pounced towards a sun. Simultaneously, they seemed to transform into one body. The sky and earth resonated and a burst of invisible power shattered everything. Everyone saw that area go wild. It was like a lawless battle. The 9 war gods walked towards the sun, tearing apart the golden ravens and charging at the sun. The 9 suns and war gods shone with horrible light at the same time and shot out in all directions. The horribly powerful light shot into the light screen above the martial arts platform. It shook and the entire platform shook. The matrix was very unstable and was about to collapse. The matrix had been created by the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It was practically unmovable. However, the battle between these two could shake even the matrix. One could imagine how mighty the fighting was. Next. Everyone's hearts shook as they focused on the platform. The sunset river had disappeared, the sun extinguishing. The war gods summoned by Gu Donglu had disappeared too. In the fiery world, Gu Donglu stood steadfast as if nothing could move him. Even Lu Nantian's world-breaking sunset river couldn't humiliate him at all. Lu Nantian rose in the air arrogantly. He was like a sun god. His sunset river had been blocked, but he didn't look taken aback. The third disciple of the cottage lived up to his reputation. Behind him, blades made of golden fire shot out from the sun dharma. They transformed into sun rain that poured down to Gu Donglu. It was so fast it looked like a rain of sun swords. If it was a group of nobles facing him instead of Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian could probably kill them all. Gu Donglu stood calmly. A frightening aura burst from his body and ancient words glowed faintly on him. Shocking spiritual energy wrapped around him. When the sun swords rained down, they stopped abruptly before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With extremely piercing sounds, the sun swords rained down, shaking with invisible power. Gu Donglu stepped forward. His white clothing flapped in the wind and his sharp eyes stared at the endless rain of swords. With a cold voice, he uttered, "Break." His voice was like an avenue. As soon as he spoke, the endless rain crumbled. A path opened up wherever his voice passed. When the sword rain was destroyed, a true golden raven descended suddenly. It was so fast that it broke through the Gu Donglio's formless spiritual energy shield. This terrifying raven gripped the sun god in its claws and shot towards Gu Donglu. The sword was so powerful it could kill anyone before it. A white shadow flashed by. The extremely fast golden raven whistled past, but the sword was met with air. Gu Donglu appeared elsewhere, still standing on the martial arts platform. So fast. Everyone trembled inwardly. The three-legged golden raven's speed was at the extreme. But just as it arrived, Gu Donglu seemed to have teleported. It was hard to see with one's naked eye. Lu Nannian still stood there. The golden raven was his dharma. It had now evolved to the level of a top demon king. Where's Gu Donglio's dharma? The people finally realized that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. This confused many people. Was the man still hiding his abilities now? Others might overlook this, but Lu Nantian obviously wouldn't. He'd noticed earlier that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. However, he was still calm. The sun swords rained down towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, the golden raven with the holy sword continued towards him. Lu Nantian wanted to see how far Gu Donglu could go without using his dharma. Gu Donglu disappeared again and moved as fast as lightning. Shocking sharpness emanated from him. He seemed to turn into the most terrible ritual implement or soldier in the world. He grasped the law in his hands. Frightening sword intent whistled through the air as Gu Donglu pointed forward. He pointed at the ground and a sword matrix appeared. It seemed to be formed by ancient words. The matrix spun wildly and ancient words flashed. When the golden raven and sun swords arrived, he pressed that finger down. Everything was in turmoil suddenly. The sun god's sword collided with the sword matrix and then returned to Lu Nantian's side. As for the sun sword rain, it couldn't get close to Gu Donglu at all. Third senior brother has too many tricks. Yi Futian was shaken. There were many mandate sorcerers in the world who practiced both martial arts and sorcery. They were skilled in every element. However, geniuses like Gu Donglu were different. He could summon war gods for battles and he could use the Kujian words to release his mightiness. He was skilled in all types of laws and his spiritual attacks were of the same level. Now, he could also use sword matrices. They were vastly different skills, but he was amazing at all of them. Read more. Shui Yi glanced at Yi Futian and chuckled. Do you want to transcribe books with me? You can do it alone. Yi Futian shuddered. He wouldn't do that even if his life depended on it. Hey, I'll suggest it to second senior sister and third senior brother, Shui Yi said. Third senior brother said that people with many talents should read more. For a genius like you, transcribing books is the best method of cultivation. Fourth senior brother, I'll definitely suggest to second senior sister to let you down the mountain more in the future, Yi Futian said. Shui Yi's eyes brightened and he quickly smiled. In that case, the best way of cultivation for you is to do whatever you wish. Can't you two be more serious? Luo Fan gave them a look. No matter how we act, third senior brother is going to win, Shui Yi said nonchalantly. He had absolute confidence in Gu Donglu. Countless people in the space around the martial arts platform stared at the battlefield. They were shaken by the two's power. Gu Donglu had been reputable before, but very few witnessed his skills with their own eyes. They knew he was powerful but didn't know exactly how powerful. Now, they finally had the chance to see the third disciple of the cottage battle. The two figures on the martial arts platform stood separately in the air and on the ground. They stared at each other and stopped attacking. Gu Donglu looked up at Lu Nantian. Sharpness exuded from his scholarly aura. Then, he uttered his first sentence to Lu Nantian. My turn. With that, he picked up his feet and walked forward. The next moment, he disappeared. He reappeared before Lu Nantian. A horrible and invisible spiritual storm invaded instantly. Lu Nantian seemed to drown in a pair of frightening eyes. Then Gu Donglu pointed forward, releasing his sword. His action was like lightning. Chapter 266, Top Match. Chapter 266, Top Match. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan saw this and understood that Gu Donglu hadn't gone all out when he went to the Qin palace last time. No wonder a mere step from him would scare the Donghua clan into submission. Now, Gu Donglu finally showed his abilities. The frightening spiritual attack and swords arrived at once, about to overwhelm Lu Nantian. However, Lu Nantian was equal to Gu Donglu. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. The 9 suns filled the sky and the 3-footed golden raven entered the Dharma. After that, his body also gradually entered the Dharma, becoming one. The 9 suns became one. The golden raven shone dazzlingly inside the sun. Lu Nantian fused with the sun god's image. The golden raven transformed into illusory light that shone over his body. The sun's fire surged into him. Right now, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. The next moment, Lu Nantian raised his hand. A humongous golden raven's apparition appeared. The sun's flames melded into its body. It opened its mouth and spat out endless sun swords. It collided with the incoming sword technique. At that moment, sword aura streaked across the martial arts platform. The matrix shook. The unbelievable mightiness was like a battle between gods rather than nobles. The sword technique collapsed with the golden raven. Gu Donglu disappeared again. He teleported and then everyone saw various afterimages of him. With Lu Nantian as the center, the sword technique exploded and a handprint covered the sky. Boundless power tried to kill him. Lu Nantian was as brilliant as a god, but he couldn't bear the spiritual attack. He seemed to fall into Gu Donglio's world of sorcery. He looked like a god to the outsiders, but only he knew what kind of state he was in. Spells and martial arts techniques flew forward with the ancient words. He used all his power to fight back, but Gu Donglio's attacks still hit the sun. The sun shook violently and was about to collapse. Boom! A violent flame burned the sky and earth. Lu Nantian finally moved. He seemed to transform into the sacred bird and actually changed his position while dodging the attack. He appeared right before Gu Donglio's afterimage. A horrible attack formed in his hand and turned into a golden raven that could rip everything apart. Gu Donglu didn't fear this at all. The two actually started fighting move for move. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the two fought in close distance. The martial arts were unsettling and the entire platform shook. The matrix was unsteady. They have no weaknesses. Everyone who witnessed this was shaken inside. Both martial arts and sorcery were the best of the best. They even combined the two well and both attack and defense were perfect. It would be difficult to top this match in the future. Gu Donglu has the upper hand. The nobles had keen eyes and could see the situation clearly. Gu Donglu had a lower plane but he was skilled in spiritual sorcery. During the battle, Lu Nantian had to withstand attacks to his mind and was at a disadvantage. His rhythm wasn't as smooth as Gu Donglio's. He had to defend while attacking, Gu Donglu only had to attack. Boom! Just then, there was a huge sound. The martial arts platform shook and everyone's eyes were glued there. Lu Nantian had been hit. A moment ago, Gu Donglu had broken through the defense and his attack rushed into the sunlight. He hit Lu Nantian, forcing him back. The Donghua clan's eyes were frozen. Some couldn't believe that the man they believed in, the once-in-a-century talent, would lose. The Qin dynasty also frowned. The Donghua clan had told the king of Qin that they would definitely win. But now, Lu Nantian had no advantage at all. Lu Nantian looked at his chest. Blood seeped from it. Countless eyes stared at that point. The blood seemed to be boiling in the fire, dissipating like smoke. At that time, a figure appeared quietly in the crowd. She was so beautiful and flawless that she didn't seem to be from this world. But despite her beauty, no one noticed her now. Everyone was staring at the battleground. However, Lu Nantian looked over. Seeing the flawless and calm features, he became calm. As if noticing his eyes, many people followed his gaze and saw that quiet yet purely beautiful figure. They guessed her identity. She was Hua Qingqing, the daughter of the leader of the Donghua clan. She was also Lu Nanshan's fiancée. She was a different type of beauty than Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao. She was pure and clean. She wasn't as elegant as Qin Mengrua or as moving as Chu Yaoyao. She was just pure beauty as if untainted by the world. Looking at someone like her was easy on the eyes. Was she here to support Lu Nantian? Lu Nanshan's gaze returned to Gu Donglu. He didn't attack again after forcing Lu Nantian back. They were both clear that if Lu Nantian was only at this level, the winner would be obvious already. There would be no need to fight anymore. Of course, Gu Donglu wouldn't underestimate his opponent, especially someone known to be a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Lu Nanshan's eyes were extremely calm. Then sunlight shone from his body. The halo kept expanding and a world-burning fire arrived. With Lu Nantian as the heart, this world was about to turn into a world of sunlight and burn up. Firelight arrived at the vast battleground on martial arts platform. The battleground was lit as flames grew. Finally, the entire ground started burning. Whistles came from the world of fire. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. What had happened? A dazzling sunlight halo appeared around Lu Nantian. He'd become the physical incarnate of the sun, a true god. Every shred of light and will on him could turn into a fire that burned the world. The flames burned the matrix too. Then fire reached out from the light shield on the platform. The vast matrix was ignited. It was impressive. Everyone's hearts were shaking crazily. The matrix had been burned. Lu Nanshan's fire was so powerful that it surpassed the matrix. It had been created in a joint effort by nobles of two top forces. What did it mean for it to be destroyed now? The fire broke free from the matrix's restraint. Endless flame spiritual qi went towards Lu Nantian. Gu Donglu looked so lonely in this world of fire. The flames finally stopped spreading, but the matrix was already broken. The spectators could feel the heat. The flames danced wildly, and right now, Lu Nantian was God. The hearts of the top nobles shook as they felt the spreading heat. The power gave them heart palpitations. Was this the legendary intent power? Crown Prince Qin Yu's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked to the battleground. Was this why the Donghua clan leader was so confident? No wonder he thought Lu Nantian would definitely win. Lu Nantian is known as a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Now, it seems that it's not just the Donghua clan. No one in the entire Eastern Barren territory will be comparable to him in a few centuries, the leader of the Moon clan lamented. The disciples trembled inwardly. Virgin Chu Yao Yao looked to the elder. Uncle Master, what kind of power is this? The Eastern Barren territory belongs to the younger generation. Lu Nantian and Gu Donglio's powers are enough to defeat the leaders of the top forces, the elder said. In addition to the Moon clan, everyone present understood what this top match meant. Before, the first disciple of the cottage came down to challenge the clan leader of the Futian sword clan. Now, did the third disciple of the cottage and Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan have the same abilities? Yi Futian naturally felt the intent power in the heat as well. It felt familiar. Senior brother, is this sage intent? Yi Futian asked, gazing at the battlefield. Yes. Luo Fan nodded. It indeed was sage intent. The sage plane was above the noble plane. Lu Nantian had perceived a bit of a sage's abilities now. How many sages were there in the Eastern Barren territory? Some said that there were none. Others thought that some hid their abilities. Perhaps there truly was a sage. But no matter what, sages were the undisputable top in the Eastern Barren territory. Now, Lu Nantian released a bit of sage intent. Of course it would shake many hearts. This was why the Moon clan claimed that even in the entire Eastern Barren territory, no one could surpass him in a few centuries. A sage could create a spell with a thought. Lu Nantian wasn't a sage, but he already had some of the ability. At this time, Lu Nantian shone brilliantly. The spiritual qi resonated with him and endless flames burned towards Gu Donglu. The fire transformed into golden rays, rain of sun swords, and world-burning flames. Gu Donglio's body flashed. He was almost supersonically fast. However, the world laws existed. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Lu Nantian's thoughts. Boom, boom. Gu Donglu was hit and forced back. His body started burning. His white clothing was bathed in fire. Was the powerful cottage disciple going to lose like this? A legend was about to end in the Dongqin College. Was Lu Nantian about to step on the cottage and become an undefeatable legend? Gu Donglu gazed at Lu Nantian. Fire danced wildly on his robe. Suddenly, unbelievably bright light blasted from him. Lin, he uttered. As soon as he spoke, a huge ancient world transformed into light and descended behind him. Bin. Do. Sha. Jie. Shen. Lai. Qian. Xing. He uttered the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. The world resonated with him, and incredible light burst from his body. The next moment, an extremely brilliant apparition appeared behind him. It was like his shadow. The 9 words spun around like something sacred. The shadow descended like a god. Chapter 267, Win or Lose. Chapter 267, Win or Lose. Everyone was shocked by Gu Donglio's changes. Was this his dharma? A frightening image appeared behind him. The 9 ancient words spiraled. In that instant, spiritual qi resonated with Gu Donglio's body. Frightening power radiated from him. All the fire spells that came at him were destroyed. Clearly, he had fused his life spirit with his dharma, but what was his life spirit? Was it that image or those ancient words? The terrible flames burned towards him, but the 9 words flashed. A 9-word light shield appeared around Gu Donglu. They swirled around him and the flames couldn't get through. At the same time, spiritual qi seemed to reverberate, resonating with the 9 words. Above Lu Nantian, the sage intent enveloped the boundless space. Various golden ravens appeared with the sun god's sword. They flew towards Gu Donglu at the same time. This was much more powerful than the sunset river that Lu Nantian had released. Every attack contained some sage intent. Gu Donglu seemed to not see it. He stepped forward in the air. The surroundings all shook. Thousands upon thousands of ancient words wrapped around him and transformed into a huge palm. It kept slamming down on the incoming attacks. In a moment, shocking currents burst forth and spread around the martial arts platform. Many strong cultivators walked forward, releasing powerful auras. They stood at the front to block the aftershocks. Zhu Qing from the college stepped out too. A formless water spell was released and transformed into a mirror-like shield. It blocked the wild power that swept over. However, her eyes were glued to the platform. Even as the mountain elder, she was still shocked by this battle. Both Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were too powerful. Right now, Lu Nantian could create a spell with a thought. His spells filled the sky and destroyed everything. Thousands of ancient words wrapped around Gu Donglu and resonated with the world. He seemed to contain unstoppable mightiness. The words circled and the image behind Gu Donglu was like a spirit. The 9 words transformed into 9 beams of light. Bathing in the holy light, Gu Donglu's temperament became even more extraordinary. His white robe fluttered magnificently. He stepped forward. The spells in his path were all destroyed. No spells could approach him. So what if Lu Nantian had a sage's power? Fight him. Gu Donglu's hands moved together. Instantly, endless ancient words whistled past him and gradually formed a madra. With this, the entire world seemed to shake. Gu Donglu was now like the ruler of the world. Behind him, various images flew out onto the madra, strengthening it. Junlin Madra, Gu Donglu uttered. The madra flew out, destroying everything in its path towards Lu Nantian. When Lu Nantian saw this, his previously calm eyes finally looked uncharacteristically serious. He knew that the final battle had come. The opponent before him now was the most powerful Gu Donglu. The world of fire went wild. Endless fire moved towards Lu Nantian. Metal and wind elemental power went to him too. Right now, Lu Nantian seemed to be really burning. His power shot up, about to surpass the noble plane. The will released from his eyes was enough to kill a noble. With the golden raven, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. He gripped the sun god's sword and tore at the incoming ancient words. There was a huge boom and the ancient madra shook. It cracked and was about to extinguish. Combat madra. Endless ancient words flew over, transforming into an extremely terrifying madra. It was filled with combat power and flew towards Lu Nantian. He stared forward. His body was extremely powerful and the golden raven rushed out. It collided with the madra and the world shook. Destruction madra. Heavenly soldiers roared and transformed into an indestructible madra. Iron madra. Murderous madra. Gu Donglu continued speaking. 9 madras appeared in the sky. Endless ancient words hovered in the air, fighting against the sage ability. 9 huge madras were formed out of thin air and flew towards Lu Nantian. The crowd could only see Lu Nantian wildly fight against the madras. The 9 seals hovered around him. Thousands upon thousands of words dropped from them endlessly. This. The spectators seemed to stop breathing. They'd never expected a battle so fierce, despite Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu being the opponents. They were too powerful. The battle between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan were probably just at this level too. Lu Nantian had released Sage Intent. Everyone had thought that he would definitely win and there would be no surprises. But then Gu Donglu seemed unwilling to let the cottage's legend die. His abilities evolved again and he transformed into an undefeatable king. Who could defeat a Gu Donglu like this? The Donghua clan were no longer so confident. Right now, Gu Donglu was too dazzling. He had landed before Lu Nantian. The 9 words circled him and the godlike Dharma behind him was undefeatable. When he landed, the heavy words became even stronger. They seemed to transform into a matrix and madras streamed endlessly towards Lu Nantian. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Nantian stood there as endless madras flew to him. Power kept shaking around him. The sun that enveloped him trembled too. Staring at Gu Donglu, toughness flashed past his eyes. This was not just his battle. It represented the entire Donghua clan. Fire descended from the vast sky. Endless birds melded into his body as he released his will. He instantly entered a focused state. His body suddenly disappeared and became illusory. At the same time, his figure appeared in another space. The ancient words around him started burning. Next, multiple images of him appeared in the sky. Each figure possessed the power to destroy everything. They only had one target, Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu's long hair fluttered. He felt the omnipresent threat and his expression was as sharp as before. The Dharma behind him released horrible power and the 9 words spun violently. He created a madra and uttered, 9 seals to 1. Kill. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Endless copies of Lu Nantian charged towards Gu Donglu at once. At the same time, countless ancient words and madras grouped around Gu Donglu. Instantly, the sky and earth shook and rumbled without end. Everyone saw the various copies of Lu Nantian get destroyed. They also saw Gu Donglu suffer a horrible attack but he still stood there like an undying figure. His body released a horrible aura. Like a god, all the power in the world seemed to be his. The next moment, they saw a sun with Gu Donglu as the heart. It stretched out and the sky seemed to be close to burning. Careful. Elders of each top force felt the extreme power. Many high-level nobles walked forward at once to release their energy and create a defense spell. Countless light shields rose up around the martial arts platform, stopping those horrible shockwaves. Cracks kept sounding as many spells were broken. And this was just the shockwaves. What kind of pressure did the 2 fighters withstand? Everyone stared forward. They could no longer see Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu anymore as they were at the heart of the storm. The shockwaves lasted for a while before the destructive force dissipated. At the same time, many people vaguely saw the 2 amongst the flames and light. They stood quietly, staring at each other. Time seemed to stop. Everyone cancelled their spells as they stared at the 2. Who won? Many held their breaths, especially those from the Donghua clan and college. Finally, under everyone's scrutiny, Lu Nantian fell over. Senior brother. Nantian. The Donghua clan's hearts shook as if their belief had caved in. Many people charged towards the martial arts platform to help Lu Nantian up. But he raised his hand and stopped them. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. This top figure looked so pathetic now. However, he still tried to pick himself up. No one supported him. Glancing at Gu Donglu, he turned with difficulty and walked away while swaying. Right now, he was bent over and his steps were unsteady. He was clearly badly injured. Lu Nantian had lost. But could anyone say he wasn't strong? Could the Donghua clan blame him? Seeing that swaying figure, everyone was moved. In the cultivation world, losing was always humiliating but no one thought Lu Nantian's loss was embarrassing. He lost but was still a hero. His abilities were enough to be at the uppermost level of the Eastern Barren territory. No one had the right to mock him. How many people could defeat him? They could only lament why the cottage existed when there was someone like Lu Nantian. The cottage had Gu Donglu. Countless eyes fell on him. The past was the past, and Gu Donglu was now number one in the Eastern Barren territory. Disabling the Donghua clan noble outside the Qin palace had told everyone how proud he was. Today, they finally truly understood that the third disciple of the cottage was at the same level as those big figures of the Eastern Barren territory. He was also someone at the peak now. Lu Nantian had been the most monstrously talented in centuries in the Eastern Barren territory. He was so powerful that he even possessed some sage abilities. But even so, he still lost. The winner between the Donghua clan and cottage was still the cottage. The myth was not proved wrong, and the legend was still a legend. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan wanted to kill the legend, but even with Lu Nantian's unconventional power, they still failed. What kind of place was the cottage? Chapter 268, Guard. Chapter 268, Guard. The first disciple of the cottage was given the title of Sword Saint. After today's battle, third disciple Gu Donglu could be made into a saint too. No one knew what the cottage was like. Other than the cottage disciples, no one, even college disciples, had stayed there before. This mysterious place was the sacred land for many talents in the Eastern Barren territory. Gu Donglu turned around. He was still standing straight, even though his clothes were messy and had some burn marks. But so what? Everyone only had respect and admiration for him, even those not from the college. Someone like him was worthy of respect. Lu Nantian, who had lost, was the same. If he hadn't faced Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian would be the one turned into a saint today. Senior brother, Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the others walked forward. Let's go, Gu Donglu said. With that, he started walking away. Shuiyi and the others seemed to perceive something, they all followed him. Yi Futian also felt something. He and Yuxing followed Gu Donglu out. Yi Futian, a voice suddenly called out, shattering the silence. Yi Futian looked over to the speaker. Beside the Qin dynasty group, he saw Yin Zhen from the Yin family looking over. Earlier, you stole our 5-element rod and demonic tripod. Today, I wish to see the cottage's abilities as well. You don't qualify. Yi Futian gazed coolly at the man and continued following Gu Donglu. Yin Zhen's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian's back. The cottage seems like a varied mix. He's hurt, Qin Yu said while looking at Gu Donglio's leaving backside. Everyone looked at Qin Yu, agreeing inwardly with him. Gu Donglu was probably hurt. The last hit had been too powerful. If someone as strong as Lu Nantian could fall, Gu Donglu couldn't be unharmed. However, he was still standing. Standing meant victory. He had left with his back straight too, even though he was hurt. He was such a proud fellow. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Not many in the entire Eastern Barren territory was more qualified than him to be proud. Gu Donglu was indeed injured. When they walked out of the Dongqing College, there was a massive crowd waiting outside. Seeing Gu Donglu, they became excited. Someone asked straightforwardly, who won? Shuiyi, Gu Donglu called. Shuiyi understood and went to support Gu Donglio's arm. Then they soared into the air and left. Seeing this, the crowd rustled with noise. Gu Donglu had Shuiyi help him fly. He must be badly hurt, many people guessed. Everyone was talking. If Gu Donglu lost, did it mean the cottage lost? Otherwise, why did they all leave? But the Dongqing College was silent. No one came out other than the people of the cottage, and they didn't know the result. They were all anxious, wishing they could go in immediately and ask. Who won this record-breaking top match? The place that the cottage disciples resided in wasn't far from the Dongqing College. They quickly returned. As soon as they landed, Gu Donglu spat out blood. His pallor became pasty and his aura wilted. "Senior brother," everyone exclaimed. Extremely nervous, they helped him sit down. "It's all right," Gu Donglu said, waving his hand while sitting there. "I'm better now. Lu Nantian is an opponent that deserves to be respected." Everyone agreed. Anyone who could fight with their third senior brother to that extent deserved to be respected. "Senior brother, Lu Nantian has already fallen. So what if they see your injuries? Why did you hide it?" Shui Yi asked. He knew that keeping it down was very bad for the injury. "The people of the cottage cannot fall." Gu Donglu looked at Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and the others and said, "This has nothing to do with pride. The cottage is too brilliant now. The eyes of the entire Eastern Barren Territory is on us. This is why we can only continue being powerful. Otherwise, it will be a disaster." Hearing his words, everyone grew thoughtful. They vaguely understood him. Where did the reputation of the cottage come from? The two brilliant battles from before were what gave the cottage the almighty status. This was also why countless eyes were on them. Why did the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan partner up to target the college and cottage? Wasn't it because they were too successful? Last time, they had worked together to defeat Yi Futian. Yu Xing had almost died. It was a test for the cottage, so Gu Donglu had gone directly to the palace to disable the Donghua clan's noble. This wasn't only due to the cottage's pride. It was also to show the world that the cottage couldn't be bullied. Thus, Gu Donglu couldn't fall. As long as he and the Sword Saint didn't fall, no one would dare to harm the cottage. On the other hand, if a legend fell, the cottage would no longer be the cottage. They only had 8 disciples. They couldn't take any losses. Anyone's loss was a disaster to the cottage. "Shui Yi, Luo Fan," Gu Donglu said, looking at them. "The cottage will only be firmly anchored in the Eastern Barren Territory when you two reach my plane." Shui Yi and Luo Fan nodded. Their eyes had never been this serious before. They all knew the responsibility the third senior brother bore. It was the glory of the cottage. Thus, he kept going even with the grave injury. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was that strong. Could the clan leader be any weaker? Further, with the Donghua clan's heritage, they must have some extremely powerful old guys too. "Shaoshi, Futian, Yu Sheng, you all need to work hard too." Gu Donglu turned to Yi Shaoshi and Yi Futian. There was a rare smile on his face. At this moment, he didn't look like the strict third senior brother anymore. He looked more like a warm elder who protected their growth. Yi Futian finally realized that even the powerful cottage had such pressure. "Third senior brother, don't worry. When I get to your level, the cottage will become immortal." Yi Futian smiled brightly as he looked at Gu Donglu. "You should rest well right now." "Yes." Gu Donglu looked at him and nodded seriously. "Those who know me will understand my arrogance. Those who do not can be abandoned without worry. I believe you can do it. I will work hard." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. The teacher has said that he wishes for the cottage to become the true sacred ground of the Eastern Barren Territory. The cottage's disciples all work hard towards this. Gu Donglio's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yi Futian looked at him. Was this the teacher's goal? What did the true sacred ground mean? In the Dongqing College, everyone watched as Gu Donglu left with unsettled hearts. They agreed with Qin Yu's words. Gu Donglu was injured, but this didn't stop him from being the legend of this generation. Everyone present came from a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory, and there were many important figures here. However, no one had the confidence to win against Gu Donglu. Seeing this battle made the trip worth it. Qin Yu surveyed the crowd and said, "Today is the first battle of the Dongqing College. The martial arts platform displayed two monstrously talented figures. Both were injured. This will be known as a legendary battle for centuries. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yu was tricky too. He only noted that both were injured and didn't mention who had won. This result must have ruined his plan. However, no one refuted him. Everyone had seen the result and knew it clearly. Qin Yu wasn't wrong either. This truly was a legendary battle. No one would put Lu Nantian down. With this precedent and the fact that everyone has come from afar to group here, as well as the top forces who have come to support this event, the Dongqing College will not disappoint you all, Qin Yu said slowly. Starting tomorrow, we will erect a battle platform outside the college. The students of the Dongqing College are willing to challenge anyone from the Eastern Barren Territory. I hope that, at that time, we will be able to witness everyone's brilliance. With that, he gazed at the college and continued, especially from the Eastern Barren College. I wonder if there is anyone else like Gu Donglu. I believe the Eastern Barren College will not disappoint us. Everyone's eyes flickered. As expected, the defeated Dongqing College wouldn't stop here. They prepared to continue calling the forces of the Eastern Barren Territory to fight. Most importantly, they would challenge the Eastern Barren College. Chapter 269, Group Battle. Chapter 269, Group Battle. The people of the Eastern Barren College looked to Qin Yu. Lu Nantian had lost, so now they wanted to win back their reputation with the college. Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She wanted to see what surprises they'd prepared other than Lu Nantian. The Dongqing College called everyone from the Eastern Barren Territory here, so we hope you all will not be disappointed, Bai Lishu said while looking at Qin Yu. He seemed confrontational. People of the various forces were a bit excited. What would happen tomorrow? Furthermore, Qin Yu had said that this was a battle of the Eastern Barren Territory. Any one of the forces could participate. Many people wanted to try and compare themselves to the top talents. Soon after, people began leaving. Outside the Dongqing College, the massive crowd was still waiting. When they saw the people from the top forces come out, they grew lively. People started asking for the result of the battle they'd witnessed. However, the top forces went straight into the air and left. They didn't seem to be in the mood. Even the college left directly. This shocked many people. Did Gu Donglu of the cottage really lose? Senior Mu, how was the battle? Someone asked a senior of a big force in Chaoga City. Clearly, they knew each other. Both sides were hurt, but Lu Nantian fell down, an elder replied. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Both sides had been hurt, but Lu Nantian had fallen. The result was clear. Gu Donglu of the cottage had won. I didn't think that Lu Nantian, someone known as a once-in-a-century talent, would lose. Seems like the Donghua clan brags too much, someone muttered. No. The elder shook his head. Lu Nantian lives up to that title. Everyone's eyes glinted. They saw the respect that flashed through the elder's eyes. Xiao Mu said, not many in the Eastern Barren Territory can perceive the abilities of a sage. With Lu Nantian's present abilities, he is comparable to those true big figures. He was just unlucky to face the third disciple of the cottage. With that, he sighed and walked away. He sympathized for Lu Nantian but also lamented Gu Donglio's power. As soon as he finished, everyone gaped. Lu Nantian had perceived the abilities of a sage and was comparable to those big figures. They suddenly wished immensely to witness that battle that they had missed. The news quickly spread, rushing towards Chaoga City. The city was shaken. Storms erupted in countless hearts. They all regretted that they couldn't have witnessed it. This battle that was like the one between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan's clan leader had happened so close to them. It had been right in the Dongqing College. However, hearing that there would be more battles tomorrow, everyone felt better. Finally, they could witness something. They couldn't miss it. The Dongqing College invited all forces of the Eastern Barren Territory for a challenge. It must be another great event. The cottage didn't care about the discussions of the outer world. Their third senior brother was hurt, so they didn't feel any joy at the victory. This battle was enough to make Gu Donglu a saint, but to them, his health was most important. Luo Fan helped Gu Donglu leave that night, returning to the cottage. Shui Yi and the others remained in Chaoga City. This matter wasn't over. Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty naturally were upset. Other than them, some others were upset too. For example, Shiro and Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple. They had witnessed the entire battle too. Gu Donglu was so powerful, and the more powerful he was, the more uncomfortable Luo Junlin was. This meant it was more difficult to kill Yi Futian. They were clear that if Gu Donglu had lost, it would be entirely different. But Gu Donglu had won. Thus, anybody, even the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan together, had to think carefully before doing something to the cottage, let alone him. Luo Junlin felt depressed. He realized that if this kept developing, it would get more and more difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian was growing too. With his talent and a place like the cottage, he would sooner or later turn into someone like Gu Donglu. At that time, even the Royal Xian Temple wouldn't be able to touch Yi Futian. The next morning, people crowded outside the Dongqing College. There was a battle platform outside the Dongqing College and a vast space around it. Only those from the top forces could be there. The other spectators could only watch from afar. Otherwise, they couldn't fit at all. It was unclear how many people were in the city now. Even the air around this place was filled with a sea of people. People from the top forces arrived gradually and took up a portion. The college is here. Everyone looked over. They saw Zhu Qing, Zhong Su, and Bai Lishu leading the students. Today, the Dongqing College's target was the college, so everyone obviously paid most attention to them. The cottage hasn't appeared. Many noticed that the cottage disciples weren't there. I heard that someone saw Luo Fan and Gu Donglu leave the inn yesterday. They must have gone back to the cottage to recover, someone commented. Even so, the other disciples should be here. However, they heard that Yin Zhen of the Yin family had challenged Yi Futian yesterday and was rejected. Yi Futian said Yin Zhen wasn't good enough. Were they afraid of being targeted by the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan? As the top forces arrived, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan alliance walked out of the Dongqing College to the center front of the platform. They were in charge today. Countless eyes looked to them. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua, standing together, attracted many eyes. They were too attractive and had just wedded yesterday. They naturally attracted much attention. Qing Mengrua was still as beautiful as before. The pure and elegant girl was now someone's wife. She seemed more like a woman but was still mesmerizing. One of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, the young princess of the Qin dynasty, was the first to marry. Hua Qingqing was engaged to Lu Nantian too. Only Chu Yaoyao was left. It was rumored that Qin Li of the Qin dynasty was pursuing her. Qin Yu walked forward and said to the crowd, "Yesterday was the opening of the Dongqing College. Using this chance, we invite all top forces for a friendly match. There are no rules today. Anyone who wishes to come up can challenge at will. Anything is fine as long as the other accepts. If anyone who performs well wishes to enter the Dongqing College, be my guest." Finishing, he gazed into the crowd. There wasn't much action. Clearly, they were all waiting. Today was mainly for the Dongqing College and Eastern Barren College. The others were mostly here for the show. Of course, if they get interested, they might go try. Seeing no responses, Qin Yu said, "Today, the Dongqing College is the host. Then, I guess we will go first while saving the best for last." With that, Qin Yu retreated. Some people behind him walked out at the same time. Seeing two of them, the spectators were intrigued. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua had walked out at the same time. They had wedded yesterday. Would they start the first battle today? Then everyone realized that other than them, there were 4 more people. The 6 of them stepped onto the platform. Is this a group battle? Everyone was interested. Would the first battle be a group one? Other than Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua, the 4 weren't very familiar. However, the 6 had stepped forward as disciples of the Dongqin College. The 6 of us are all in the lower arcana plane, Qian Shanmu said. We would like to challenge Xiao Wuji, Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, Jiang Teng, Tang Yi, and Han Feng from the Eastern Baron College. As soon as he spoke, the crowd went wild. The 6 that Qian Shanmu had named were all familiar to them. Of the young generation of the college, Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were definitely well known. The other 4 were a little less skilled, but they were still geniuses of the college. Last year, the weakest of them were already at the top of the Dharma plane. Now, they should probably all be in the lower arcana plane. The Dongqin College wished to make up for their loss with this first battle. However, could Qian Shanmu win with this lineup? The eyes of the college all flashed. He was so ambitious. Did he want to take all the accomplished disciples in the lower arcana plane in one fell swoop? Xiao Wuji walked forward. He hadn't proved himself with a battle since being invited by Tang Yi in the ancient barren world last year. Though his reputation there had already spread through the forces, he'd also displayed extraordinary talent in the college. However, he hadn't displayed his true skills before everyone like the first disciple and Gu Donglu of the cottage had. Today, Qian Shanmu gave him this chance. Yu Qingshan also walked forward. Before Xiao Wuji's arrival, he'd already been renowned amongst the college disciples. He was one of those monstrous people. With him, Xiao Wuji, Su Muge, and the others, how could Qian Shanmu's group dare to challenge them? The 6 from the college stepped forward together. Without speaking, they went to the battle platform. Qian Shanmu didn't take advantage of them. They weren't any lower in plane or reputation. This way, there was no reason to avoid the challenge. They could only welcome it. The 12 stepped onto the platform. Countless eyes fell on them. Qian Shanmu's group of 6 instantly went into position. Husband and wife, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua, stood on either side. The other 4 stood behind them. Clearly, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were prepared to use rhythmic sorcery to aid the battle. It was highly possible they had already prepared for this battle. Amongst the Qin dynasty crowd, Qin Li looked at this and his lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't blame Lu Nanshan's loss yesterday. Not even his father could. However, everyone would truly see the Dongqin College's glory today. The era of the Eastern Baron College was over. Chapter 270, A Prepared Battle. Chapter 270, A Prepared Battle. Xiao Wuji's group of 6 spread out as well. Yu Qingshan warned them, be careful. Though the 6 people were all top talents of the Eastern Baron College, the Qin dynasty was also well prepared with 6 people chosen just for them. Yesterday, Lu Nantian was defeated. This time was another chance for the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to gain back their reputation. They would not accept another failure. Therefore, this would be a fierce battle. The Eastern Baron College and people here all knew what they would face. However, the 6 people selected to be adversaries were all famous geniuses of the college. Thus, there was no possibility of a refusal even though the other side must be well prepared. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua sat cross-legged in a line. What appeared before Qin Mengrua was a guqin. Instead of a flute, Qian Shanmu had a zither. People were surprised by their instruments. Since ancient times, the guqin and zither played together had alluded to conjugal intimacy. This time, this couple was going to fight with guqin and zither. The guqin and zither sounded at the same time. The guqin sounded gentle like a flowing spring while the zither was majestic, like the roar of a crane or dragon. In an instant, the sound turned into an invisible aura, directly falling down on the four figures in front. Their auras instantly strengthened. Power in the world resonated with the music. Some terrible forces grew in their bodies and seemed ready to erupt at any time. Dragons appeared, hovering and soaring behind the four people. The golden dragons were extremely scary, for they seemed to be becoming real. More frightening was that the four people's temperaments appeared to be fused together by the music, forming a stronger airflow. Xiao Wuji's group had already acted. The power of ice shot out, going to freeze the four people. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. The earth quaked fiercely as if a real dragon was born. The sonorous roar shattered the spell. Many of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eardrums had been shattered. The weaker groaned, for their mentality was almost crushed by the roar. Xiao Wuji's group was obviously confronted with even stronger power. Their bodies trembled. Clearly, they didn't anticipate the roar could contain such terrible power. Even worse, the dragons punched while roaring. The punch broke through the air and the dragons above the four cultivators combined into one. A horrible golden dragon appeared, ferocious and enormous, soaring to the sky and rushing toward Tang Yi and another disciple of the Eastern Baron College. The two had just suffered that roar. When the ferocious golden dragon crushed toward them, the two's faces changed. There was no time for them to escape. They could only release their dharma to resist with all their might. At this moment, a terrible rhythm penetrated their brains. Then the large dragon arrived. Bang! There was the terrible sound of a collision. The two people were thrown into the sky. They spat out blood in the air and fell down below the platform. They were defeated by just a blow. It's a joint attack. People all stared at the four on the platform. It was not just a joint attack. Their attack, assisted by the instruments of Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu, could erupt in an instant and shatter the world. It's the Imperial Dragon spell. What the top forces saw was not Tang Ye's defeat but the abilities of the four. The four had transformed their spiritual qi into dragons. This was not difficult for many strong cultivators, but it was special because the strength was coupled with the support from Qin dynasty. They knew that this was definitely the Imperial Dragon spell of the Qin dynasty. The Imperial Dragon spell was passed down the generations in the Qin dynasty, known as Imperial spell. Reaching the extreme, the Imperial cultivator could ride dragons. Even at the elementary level, the cultivator could have a body with dragon's strength and shape. The four strong cultivators all practiced the spell. What did it mean? Were they all the descendants of the Qin dynasty royalty? Or did the Qin dynasty pass the spell to the disciples of the Dongqin College? If so, it was even more terrifying. The Qin dynasty had taken a very shocking step. Boom! Four figures stepped out, moving like thunder, surrounded by indistinct dragons. They went straight towards Su Muge and Jiang Teng with amazing speed. Their strategy was very clear: defeat the weak first. Xiao Wuji and Yuqing Shan were the strongest who couldn't be defeated at the first. They would deal with the strongest two only after defeating the others. The four people were very strong, as if they had no opponents. Su Muge's face changed slightly. It might be very difficult for him to contend with the four strong cultivators, especially when the four were assisted by two rhythmic sorcerers. Boom! Right at that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a god. A terrible force followed, crushing down. A mountain appeared and fell toward the four. The four raised their hands and dragons soared toward the mountain. However, Xiao Wuji stood before them, stopping them. A powerful gravity spell subjected the four to extremely strong pressure while dragon vines appeared, rolling over toward the four. But at the time of the spell's release, a terrible sound wave came and the dragon-shaped vines were cut off and shattered. Simultaneously, that melody turned into light, bathing the four people as resistance to the oppression of gravity. Even the spell of wind came upon their bodies. Bang! The four stepped forward simultaneously, shaking the platform. Xiao Wuji said, "Go take care of the two behind them. I will stop the four." Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, and Jiang Teng nodded and acted. Yu Qingshan moved straight toward Qian Shanmu while Su Muge and Jiang Teng went to Qin Mengrua. They had obvious targets. Qian Shanmu just ignored them. He played the 25-string zither with an incredible speed, constantly releasing majestic melodies. Su Muge and Jiang Teng, moving toward Qin Mengrua, felt their brain get penetrated by countless arrows. Their face turned pale. Soon, the Guqin spell played by Qin Mengrua also came, transformed into dragons and crushing toward the two. Su Muge and Jiang Teng were thrown away. How? People's hearts trembled. In this intense battle, 4 people from the Eastern Baron College had been defeated. It was clear that the 6 from Dongqin College acted as one while the 6 from the college were 2 scattered. 2 were wounded at the beginning. Then Su Muge and Jiang Teng, who couldn't be matches of Qian Shanmu at all, were also defeated. The 2 strongest cultivators in Dongqin College were Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. The latter was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery. Su Muge just couldn't take even one shot from him. Xiao Wuji was strong. However, he was faced with 4 strong cultivators who were good at joint attack and the Imperial Dragon spell. In this battle, the Eastern Baron College would definitely be the loser. In Xiao Wuji's battlefield, the 4 strong cultivators were attacking fiercely. Every punch they threw out would bring enormous dragon figures out. However, Xiao Wuji's pace was assisted with the wind spell which helped him escape from the attack. The Dharma behind him kept absorbing spiritual qi. It was an illusory figure which was very similar to Gu Dongliu's. 7 sacred wheels rotated crazily with dazzling lights. The 7 wheels represented all 7 attributes. Seeing the 4 coming, Xiao Wuji's illusory figure shone with horrible illusory light. A spiritual attack rushed toward the 4, however, the 4's minds were united as one. Qin Mengrua's Guqin spell had also arrived. The spiritual attack could do nothing to them. Behind Xiao Wuji, the 7 sacred wheels burst out with bright light, releasing spells of 7 attributes in an instant and crushing toward the 4 strong cultivators. Xiao Wuji is really strong. People kept looking at the battlefield. If the 4 were not good at joint attack and were instead separated, they would have been defeated by Xiao Wuji immediately. Facing the horrible spell attacks, the 4 stood together and the dragon figures on their body soared into the sky and crisscrossed as a dragon-shaped curtain to block the attacks. Then, they retreated. They stopped fighting with Xiao Wuji and went to Qian Shanmu. At this moment, Qian Shanmu was fighting with Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was trapped by his rhythmic attack. "Watch out," Xiao Wuji warned. Yu Qingshan tried to retreat but Qian Shanmu's rhythmic attacks became more violent. Everything was locked, seeming to immobilize him. At this time, the 4 went toward Yu Qingshan and attacked. Yu Qingshan wanted to resist but Qian Shanmu didn't allow it. Notes kept exploding in his brain. His mentality was going to break down. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Qingshan was shot down. His body fell down to the platform. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Wuji came too late. He attacked the 4 cultivators with his spell and finally separated them. 2 of the 4 were wounded. But then, notes kept descending on him. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were free since only Xiao Wuji was left now. Xiao Wuji's eyes became very cold. He stepped forward with a violent aura, ready to fight alone. "Junior Xiao, it's enough," Bai Lishu shouted. Xiao Wuji stopped in hesitation. He reluctantly turned around and stepped down from the platform with Yu Qingshan. Su Muge and Tang Yi were very indignant. They lost the battle too miserably. This is a well-prepared strategy. Is this fun? Zhu Qing glanced at the Dongqin College. Qin Yu laughed and said, "This battle is just for mutual learning. The result doesn't matter." Moreover, the 4 disciples of Dongqing College are all geniuses from top family forces and chose the Dongqing College to cultivate in. They are talented in martial arts, so we taught them the Imperial Dragon spell. Today was like a test for them. People all looked at Qin Yu. The result didn't matter. Naturally, whatever the winner said was right, since the loser was the humiliated one. But people were more surprised by Qin Yu's last sentence. People realized that the significance of this battle was not just to defeat the Eastern Baron College but to tell the world what the Dongqing College could bring to its disciples. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. Chapter 271, Evil Fourth Senior Brother. The people of the Eastern Baron territory were not very shocked. The Eastern Baron College had lost pretty badly, but upon closer thought, wouldn't the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan prepare well before creating the college and calling everyone to Chaoga City? They naturally wouldn't underestimate the college or cottage. Similarly, they were also at the same level as the college. This victory was a well-planned result. It was just that Gu Donglio's powerful performance yesterday destroyed their preparations. They must have been absolutely confident in Lu Nantian. If Lu Nantian had won, the Dongqing College would completely steal the Eastern Baron College's spotlight. The college understood this too. Zhu Qing, Zhong Su, and Bai Lishu were all clear. The two forces partnered up to create the Dongqing College just to replace them. They could see from this arrangement. It was definite. To be honest, they could have left after yesterday. However, the Dongqing College had sent out the challenge. If they had left, it would be the same as avoiding the battle. Qin Yu gazed at everyone and continued speaking, "All strong cultivators of the Eastern Baron territory have gathered here. Today, anyone who wishes to try can do so. As mentioned before, the Dongqing College will enroll students during the next 3 months. This is the examination stage. In addition, 1 battle platform doesn't seem to be enough. Thus, I would like to divide the platform into 4, martial arts, sorcery, rhythmic sorcery, and free fighting. Mixed battles are allowed. This way, we can see the talents more clearly, and having multiple people challenging simultaneously will be more efficient." Everyone admired Qin Yu's plan. He was using the other forces to hype up the Dongqing College and also using the stage to find students. It was a great tactic. As soon as he finished, people went up. A matrix lit up on the platform, dividing it into 4 battle platforms. In the Eastern Baron College group below, Xiao Wuji said, "I will challenge again." The earlier defeat was a group 1. He was not satisfied. "If you wish to challenge, your opponent can only be Qian Shanmu. Are you confident?" Bai Lishu asked. Xiao Wuji stared at the man on the other side. He was confident in his own abilities, but he didn't know if he could beat Qian Shanmu. He'd already experienced the rhythmic sorcery, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Qin Yu purposely made a separate platform for rhythmic sorcery, Bai Lishu said. "Why? Who can beat Qian Shanmu and the Donghua clan in that aspect? I heard that Hua Qingqing's musical sorcery isn't any weaker than Qian Shanmu's. The Donghua clan leader's wife used to have the title of #1 musical sorcerer in the Eastern Baron territory," Zhu Qing said from the side. "Her students will definitely be skilled." Though it was the era of the younger generation, as a strong cultivator from the older generation, she naturally knew who the clan leader's wife was. Once the most beautiful in the Eastern Baron territory, she had both looks and talent. Back then, her fame wasn't any less than the 3 beauties of today. Hua Qingqing apparently had inherited 90% of her skills. "Su Yan, you should go," Zhu Qing said. Behind her, a pretty girl nodded. "Yes, master." With that, she walked towards the free fighting platform. Bai Lishu glanced at Su Yan. She was in mid-arcana plane and was one of Zhu Qing's favorites. She wasn't well known but was very powerful. Su Yan didn't say who she wanted to challenge. She just announced her name and plane. Then the Qin dynasty sent someone from the same plane to fight her. In this battle, Su Yan easily crushed the opponent. Everyone understood that the college was still the college. Even though the Dongqing College could shake the Eastern Baron College's status, it couldn't completely crush them. It was impossible. In the end, they would probably just tie. But even so, the Dongqing College still won. If they could be even to the Eastern Baron College and pass down techniques like Imperial Dragon Spell, it would show their stance. The Dongqing College would become a powerful force in the future. Their disciples would also continuously join the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. In the Eastern Baron territory, the college was the most attractive place for geniuses. There was no competition. This was probably why the two forces joined together to create the Dongqing College. Next, the other forces gradually opened up and went up to the platform to fight. The atmosphere intensified. Disciples from even those top forces wanted to go up and witness the abilities of the best. The fights between the two colleges were most interesting. They both had losses and wins and were very exciting. The Dongqing College had geniuses good at every type of skill. The Qin dynasty was better at martial arts while the Donghua clan was better at spells. Though many geniuses studied both, they still leaned towards one. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuqian, and Hua Jieyu were the best examples. However, the one platform where the Dongqing College never lost was for rhythmic sorcery. Many geniuses, even Gu Biyue from the Witch clan, went to try and were defeated. The battles were getting more and more exciting. The atmosphere grew hot as well. However, some people noticed that the cottage still hadn't arrived. Right now, they were at the inn. Fourth senior brother, why aren't we going today? Yi Futian asked Shui Yi. Today is the glorious day for the Dongqing College. Why should we go? Shui Yi asked. To push them down, Yi Futian said. The Dongqing College already lost a critical battle yesterday. Do you think they'll give the cottage a chance today? Shui Yi said indifferently. They'll definitely try to threaten us with rules. For example, you're in the Dharma plane. If they make a battle of the Arcana plane, you won't be able to participate. Even if you can win some rounds, so what? How many disciples does the cottage have? How many rounds can we win? The Dongqing College prepared for a whole year for today. They will definitely do well. A little depressed, Yi Futian muttered, yes, but I still don't like it. Last year, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had defeated Yu Sheng at the Qin palace. The noble's one hit had injured Yu Sheng gravely. Now, they were targeting the college and cottage again, challenging third senior brother. Though the cottage had won, Yi Futian was still annoyed. That's right. Shui Yi chuckled. Junior, what can you do if you go up? Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean? Regular victories in this competition are meaningless. You win one round and they can win one too. We're the only ones left in the cottage. Either we don't fight or we completely squash them, understand? Shui Yi chuckled. And when they're all proud, stomp them down. Wow, you're so old and wise. Yi Futian stared at his fourth senior brother. He was still too inexperienced. Shui Yi glared at Yi Futian. He was so handsome, he wasn't old. Can you do it? Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian's brows smoothed and he smiled brightly. I'll try. Rest well today. Shui Yi patted Yi Futian's shoulders. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and then said, Senior brother, are all scholars so simple-minded? Fuck off, Shui Yi muttered after a pause. Evil. I'm going to turn bad because of you. Yi Futian left while laughing and said, Yu Sheng, get ready. Shui Yi watched Yi Futian's back. This guy didn't need to learn to be bad. They were all the same. Yi Futian had the second senior sister wrapped around his finger. The others couldn't do that. Just as Shui Yi had predicted, today indeed was the Dongqing College's day. Their disciples were able to display extraordinary talent on either of the 4 battle platforms, especially for rhythmic sorcery. Hua Qingxing had gone once and defeated a powerful person from the witch clan. This told everyone that not one of the top 3 beauties used only their looks. They were all extremely powerful. On this day, talents from all over stepped onto the battle platforms in hopes of joining the Dongqing College. It could be predicted that, in the coming days, there might be a wave of people coming to register here. This was now an alternate choice to the Eastern Baron College. Many people debated over the cottage's absence. Everyone already knew that the 3rd and 5th disciple had left. 4th disciple Shui Yi probably wouldn't do anything. That left Yi Shaoshi and Yi Futian. Not many knew Yi Shaoshi. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian's plane was too low. He didn't have much use. This was probably why they weren't here. The college had complaints about this. They'd been beaten today but the cottage wouldn't show up. This pissed off a lot of them. However, the cottage didn't care about these guesses and talk. They didn't care about anyone's thoughts or complaints. They acted how they wanted. The college was unable to disturb them either. This was why they had a strange relationship. Even the important figures of the college couldn't influence the cottage's decisions. The next morning, a crowd had already gathered outside the Dongqing College. They'd all come to take up a spot with a better view of the battles. Of course, some also wanted to get the Dongqing College's recognition so they could join. Yesterday's battles had become topics of discussion too. They wondered what kind of great fights would take place today. Other than the 2 colleges, would the amazing fighters amongst them fight too? Chapter 272, Modest or Proud. Chapter 272, Modest or Proud. The spring sun brought some warmth as it shone over Chaoga City. More and more people grouped in the center of the city. There were more strong cultivators here than yesterday. The top forces hadn't left yet. Even if they didn't participate, they could see the levels of the others. They could compare themselves and see what level they were at. The battles continued. People gradually moved onto the battle platforms, challenging those from the other forces. Many from Chaoga City targeted the Eastern Baron College. These people naturally wanted to join the Dongqing College. They were from Chaoga families. It would be great if they could join the Dongqing College and be under the Qin dynasty. But even if they were geniuses, it was difficult to defeat the college. Most battles ended in failures. Someone in the college crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many people looked over and saw that the cottage had arrived. They were standing to the side quietly. Seeing them, a lot from the college frowned, feeling upset. Tang Yi asked directly, "Were you in the inn the entire day yesterday?" Yesterday, the Dongqing College had challenged the college. It was extremely important but the cottage had vanished. The consequence was that they were completely repressed by the Dongqing College. The first loss especially had humiliated him. Tang Yi had been forced down with one hit. How he felt went without speaking. Shui Yi looked forward, ignoring him. Yi Shaoshi looked at Tang Yi and smiled. "Yeah. You." Tang Yi was frustrated with Yi Shaoshi's indifference but couldn't say anything. He had no right to order the cottage around. Not even the elders could influence the cottage. No matter how upset he was, he couldn't do anything. Those bastards. The cottage has arrived. Many eyes looked over at Yi Futian and the others. 2 days ago, Gu Dongliu's epic battle had raised the cottage's status once again. Paired with the fact that they didn't show up yesterday, today's appearance attracted much attention. Young Master Yi is here. From the distance, Gu Bua smiled at Yi Futian. Her eyes were mesmerizing. As soon as she spoke, everyone saw Yi Futian and the cottage group. Beside her, Gu Zhiqiu glanced at his junior sister. He couldn't do anything. This was just how she was. Yi Futian chuckled. Do you want to serve me? Gu Zhiqiu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, staring daggers at him. Did he not care about that warning from before? Yi Futian felt Gu Zhiqiu's eyes but ignored him. People of the other forces were intrigued. Qin Li had purposely spread news of Gu Zhiqiu teaching Yi Futian a lesson and many knew about it. But was Yi Futian teasing the witch again? Did he not learn his lesson? Or maybe he had his cottage brothers with him so he was more confident. Gu Zhiqiu couldn't do anything to him. No, but I wish to see you display your radiance like in the ancient barren world. The witch's smile was very mesmerizing. Yi Futian had been extremely brilliant that day at the Mirror Mountain. Everyone present had been impressed with the phrase, "You are not qualified to understand my world." Those who know me understand my arrogance was still shocking to think back on. But even though Yi Futian had made a commotion at the Qin dynasty, his reputation was still mostly due to being part of the cottage. He smiled and looked away. The girls of the Moon clan looked at Yi Futian. The woman who had helped send Hua Jieyu's message smiled. This guy wasn't very obedient. He was publicly flirting with the witch. She would have to talk to Hua Jieyu. Chu Yao Yao also looked at Yi Futian. She was curious about the man Hua Jieyu loved. Yi Futian, Yin Zhen of the Yin family said coldly. He gazed at Yi Futian coolly. I challenged you 2 days ago. Today, I challenge you again. Will you take it? He wanted to see if Yi Futian would avoid the challenge on an occasion like this. But Yi Futian seemed to not hear him. He gazed at the Dongqin College and smiled. He walked to a battle platform where the battle had just ended. It was the platform for free fighting. What is he doing? Everyone stared at him. Was he finally going to fight? A moment later, Yi Futian stood onto the platform. Countless eyes focused on him. He walked up as soon as he arrived. The cottage truly wasn't playing around. Disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan all looked at him, wondering who he would challenge. With his plane, who could he challenge? I heard that yesterday, the Dongqin College set up a challenge to test the cultivation results of their disciples. Today, I would also like to do that. Yi Futian chuckled. 1 year ago, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and I came from a small country. Our planes are still low, but we wish to test our cultivation from this year at an event like this. Some people had a strange look. They were all clear what had happened 1 year ago. The name of Kangyi had become known throughout the ancient barren world. The various top forces had gone to the Kangyi kingdom as well. Thinking back, their group had only come to cultivate at the eastern barren territory for 1 year. They just attracted attention because they joined the cottage. Hearing this, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen understood. They walked to the battle platform too. We've cultivated here for 1 year and are probably at the same level as the new disciples of the Dongqin College. We are only at the Dharma plane as well. It's unfortunate. I would like to witness the brilliance of the Dongqin College disciples today. Please take care of me. Yi Futian was very polite as he spoke. Everyone was shocked. Since when was the cottage so humble? He was too humble. They were quite uncomfortable. Yi Futian was clearly from the cottage and extremely talented. But the way he said it, he was just a rookie who had only cultivated for 1 year. It made sense too. Many from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were annoyed. Did Yi Futian really want them to send rookies of the Dharma plane to fight against him? It was suicide. Disciples of the cottage aren't judged by their planes, Qin Li said calmly, staring at Yi Futian. I have entered the cottage but have yet to prove myself. I don't have a glorious record and feel embarrassed. Today, I am nervous to challenge the geniuses of the Dongqin College too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone gaped at him. Was this possible? However, it was Qin Li who had said that Yi Futian hadn't proved himself yet. But when Yi Futian repeated those words so modestly, it felt kind of weird. Even Shui Yi and Yi Shaoshi were dumbfounded. They'd underestimated how shameless their junior was. The senior sister from the Moon Clan smirked. Jieyu's boy was so evil, but his eyes were so clear and honest. He was very convincing. In reality, even without a track record to prove himself, Yi Futian's hurried fight at the Qin dynasty was still unreachable for someone on the same plane. Yu Sheng was the same. His combat ability was wild. Yi Wuqian was from the 7th peak of the Futian sword clan. Many had learned that Yi Wuqian had killed Li Daoyun from the Arcana plane. Did Yi Futian really want these three to fight with new disciples of the Dharma plane? It is even more of a sham for the cottage and Futian sword clan to be overly modest, Qin Li said coldly. Will the Dongqin College accept the challenge? After Qin Li spoke, Yi Futian's tone abruptly sharpened. Or are you only able to fight back with planned techniques? Qin Li stared at him, livid. At this time, Qin Yu said calmly, the Dongqin College does not have anyone in the Dharma plane at the same level as you. There is no need to fight this battle. We admit defeat. Everyone was shocked at this. The Dongqin College had been so successful yesterday but was forced to surrender at the start of today. It was quite difficult. But everyone knew that if they really fought, the result would be the same. Losing like that was giving in to Yi Futian's group. Surrendering without a fight prevented Yi Futian from showing off. Of course, if you wish to challenge personally, we can try, Qin Yu continued. Yi Futian's plane shouldn't be too high. He probably wasn't even in the high-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Futian was from the cottage, losing to him wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? That's boring. Yi Futian shook his head and said, if I fight someone from another plane, can I use a ritual implement? If you challenge an arcana plane, then of course. Qin Yu nodded. A noble ritual implement was powerful but also depended on one's abilities as a foundation. He couldn't improve by too much. Noble intent was the same. Of course, the talents of the top forces all had noble intent. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and shrugged. He glanced at Yi Wuqian and Yu Sheng. It had ended without even starting. Of course, Yi Futian didn't want to end just like this. After Yi Wuqian and Yu Sheng left, he walked towards another battle platform. There, a Donghua clan disciple who was skilled in rhythmic sorcery had just won. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many people looked over. Was he going to challenge this arcana plane rhythmic sorcerer? The man studied Yi Futian and smiled. You want to challenge me? Yi Futian shook his head. Everyone froze, confused. Then Yi Futian's gaze moved past the crowd to the Dongqin College. His eyes fell on Qian Shanmu. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes hardened. What did Yi Futian want? I don't know rhythmic sorcery, but I would still like to witness the brilliance of the best rhythmic sorcerer of our generation, Yi Futian said slowly. Yi Futian of the cottage would like to learn from you. Chapter 273, Thunderous Moves. Chapter 273, Thunderous Moves. This one utterance shocked everyone. Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, was going to challenge Qian Shanmu. Back when the Qin dynasty crowned the crown prince, a Guqin recital ensued at the Qin imperial palace. Yi Futian made a move then, in the 4th level Dharma plane. It had only been a year. Even if he cultivated really quickly, how powerful could he have actually gotten? He very well may only be in the 6th level Dharma plane. If he had cultivated quickly enough, maybe he could be in the 7th level. Qian Shanmu was already in the Arcana plane. Of course, the people would not question the abilities of a disciple of the cottage. Even if he had never truly proven himself before, he was still extremely powerful. But who was his opponent right now? It was Qian Shanmu, also known as the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation. Even opponents in the same plane would need to be wary in battle with a person like this. Forget about those in lower planes. Regardless of the distance between their planes, were ritual implements really going to make up for it? Yi Futian was too rash. In everyone's opinion, he should not have chosen Qian Shanmu as his opponent. This idiot. Among the group from the college, Tang Yi and others were dumbstruck. When they recovered, they cursed under their breath. When Yi Futian's trio stepped onto the battle platform and made Qin Yu admit defeat, the student disciples of the college felt great. But in the blink of an eye, the idiot challenged Qian Shanmu. Who did he think he was? This wasn't the top of Mirror Mountain. There were no statues or relics he could borrow power from. This was a battle platform. Gu Biyue had a glint in her eye. The light smile on her face was captivating. This guy really won't give up until every word out of his mouth is enough to put people in shock. Even the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were stupefied. Qin Li then let out a strange smile. This Yi Futian guy could have picked anyone and he chose to challenge Qian Shanmu? The disciples of the cottage were indeed so arrogant, it was ridiculous. In the crowd, Qian Shanmu's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Yi Futian claimed not to know about music. These were the words he had once said to Yi Futian. Now, these words were coming out of Yi Futian's mouth. Was he prepared to have an exchange with him using music? Just then, everyone watched Yi Futian take off the bag on his back and pull out a guqin. He had obviously come prepared. At this sight, everyone grew more interested. Does he know what he's doing? Su Muge frowned. Yi Futian was going to challenge Qian Shanmu using music. Music was Qian Shanmu's specialty. In the first battle, Qian Shanmu had used music as a supplement. Su Muge was completely unable to withstand his musical sorcery. Of all things, Yi Futian wanted to challenge Qian Shanmu with the thing he was best at. Did he have a death wish? Can you shut up? Yu Xing said coldly, hearing the voice coming from the group beside him. His battle doesn't only affect him. Su Muge looked at Yu Xing with cold eyes. Who didn't know of the cottage's status? What would the world think if Yi Futian got defeated? Was he sending himself right up to his opponent for humiliation? Should we let you go then? Yi Xiaoshi's eyes swept towards Su Muge. How noisy. If little brother chose to challenge him, he must have his reason. The fourth brother had already said, if a disciple of the cottage decided to battle, it must be a battle that would shock the world. If Yi Futian was able to win Qian Shanmu, that would be a given. On the musical battle platform, the figure standing opposite Yi Futian sneered as he glanced at Yi Futian. There were hints of mockery and disdain. Challenge Qian Shanmu? What a joke. Turning around, he stepped off the platform. The people of the Donghua clan let out looks of amusement. They had been extremely upset when Lu Nantian had lost to Gu Donglu. Now that Yi Futian of the cottage had asked for a challenge, it was the perfect time for cruel payback. Qian Shanmu walked onto the platform and stood opposite Yi Futian. Below the platform, arrogance was exuded from the eyes of his wife, Qin Mengrua. Her husband's skills and knowledge of music wasn't something Yi Futian could challenge. However, she did know that he was also good at music. Back at the Qin palace, Yi Futian had played The World for Gu Ming and caused him to fall to his knees, completely controlled by the music. That was Yi Futian's response to Qian Shanmu's insult about him not understanding music. Did he want to prove his musical abilities once more today? If so, then he was going to pay the price. Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu. Please, enlighten me, Qian Shanmu said, maintaining proper etiquette. He then sat down with crossed legs. Yi Futian did the same, facing him. One on the guqin, one on the zither. However, there was not going to be any harmonization between the two instruments this time, it was going to be a battle. The sounds of both instruments rang out at the same time. The guqin sounded crisp while the zither was deep. These were two obviously different styles of music being played on the platform. The piece Qian Shanmu played sounded majestic and powerful. A formless energy formed in the space around. The sounds of the zither harmonized with the earth around, causing a flow of strong energy. Although there had yet to be a release of great power, it still gave people a feeling that once the music reached an explosive point, everything would be destroyed. There wasn't going to be any mystery about this battle. As the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation, it was obvious that Qian Shanmu would be able to crush Yi Futian. Compared to the powerful energy associated with Qian Shanmu's piece, Yi Futian's music sounded ordinary and boring. There wasn't anything new. It was melodious and serene. His music sounded so ridiculously simple. This had many people confused. Was Yi Futian really going against Qian Shanmu with this piece? There were so many possibilities with music, but it was also something that required a lot of care. First of all, there needed to be a basic foundation of the piece. From there, all sorts of destructive spells could be released. With just one listen, Qian Shanmu's piece was able to exude power, while Yi Futian's sound was a joke. Could a piece like this take even one blow from Qian Shanmu? In the direction of the group from the Donghua clan, a girl stared at Yi Futian. Her beautiful, pure eyes had hints of curiosity. She was Hua Qingqing. Her mother was well versed in music, so she had grown up surrounded by it. Thus, she was naturally sensitive to anything having to do with music. She could feel something unordinary from Yi Futian's music. Simple, pure, and clean. It was a sound without any impurities, like the heart of a child. But would a musical piece like this actually be able to withstand the destructive spells Qian Shanmu was about to release? Her eyes hinted her curiosity. As the sound of his music changed, a powerful energy circled around Qian Shanmu. Suddenly, the 5 fingers on his right hand jumped around of the strings of the zither. It was loud like thunder. The ground shook and a terrifying spiritual storm morphed into tens of thousands of sharp swords, all charged for Yi Futian. In a split second, everyone could feel the murderous intent in his music. It was then that the people had the mistaken illusion that this might be the end of Yi Futian. What made everyone freeze in surprise was Yi Futian did not use musical sorcery to block off this attack. He was still playing the guqin quietly. It was almost as if everyone saw the swords all pierce into his mind. Would Yi Futian fall at just one attack? He seemed to have shivered lightly, but the music never stopped. He continued to play and the attack seemed to already have dissipated into nothing. This had many people sighing in relief. Although they had a feeling that Yi Futian would definitely lose, they would be disappointed if a disciple of the cottage were to be defeated so easily. Naturally, Qian Shanmu knew how Yi Futian had managed that. He used noble will as a complement to his music. This formed a layer of protective spiritual energy. In Yi Futian's mind, he could almost feel the will transform into a dragon which circled around to protect his will. Qian Shanmu was still playing, his attacks non-stop. A crazy rainstorm seemed to have appeared around Yi Futian. Endless spiritual swords pierced ferociously into Yi Futian's mind. However, his music and will were still there in the form of a dragon. From time to time, the dragon would roar, destroying any incoming destructive spiritual energy. The power of his spiritual defenses is quite strong. His noble will is working together with the noble ritual implement. Looks like Qian Shanmu won't be able to get rid of Yi Futian so quickly, everyone thought. But that was not the extent of Qian Shanmu's attacks. Besides the endless spiritual attacks, a frightening storm of spiritual qi appeared around him. The earth hummed in unison with the sounds of his instrument. A suffocating energy spread on the battle platform. It felt like something that could wipe out the earth. Energy built like this would definitely be incredibly powerful once it exploded. The rumbling of thunder exploded in the air. A horrifying flash of lightning struck down at Yi Futian. It was an easy task for Qian Shanmu to send out spells with his music. Yi Futian was still playing on his guqin with his head down. It was almost as if he didn't see a thing. When the lightning struck down, it was actually absorbed into the sound of music in the surroundings. The music transformed into spiritual qi that flowed in a circle around his body. However, an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered crazily in the air above his head. It formed faintly into a scary pattern. This pattern was able to absorb the spiritual qi of the world around him. It gave off a show-stealing seven-colored light, a blinding light. With the flow of spiritual qi, the pattern took shape. The never-ending sounds of music motivated the flow of spiritual qi. As everyone looked on in surprise, a spiritual qi matrix formed over Yi Futian's head. Everyone's heart raced. They watched a matrix form out of nowhere above Yi Futian. The pattern spun and the spiritual qi went wild, causing a matrix storm. A black hole appeared, absorbing all energy while giving off a destructive energy. What terrifying musical sorcery! This was no longer simply sorcery released by music. The music had formed a matrix. Its destructive energy was able to make people feel like it could destroy anything and everything. Although it hadn't been that long since Qian Shanmu stepped into the arcana plane, with his gifts and his powerful noble will, just how powerful would a matrix him formed in mid-air be? Would Yi Futian be able to withstand his attack? The previous attacks were nothing. Qian Shanmu was only just getting started for real. If Yi Futian kept up with the challenge, he would definitely end up dead. Many people stared at Qian Shanmu. It seemed like even though Qian Shanmu kept up a calm face, he had a wild beast hidden inside. He must not have been happy about Lu Nanshan's loss to Gu Donglu. Now that he was making his move, he was bound to push Yi Futian into a dead end. Qian Shanmu was going to end him with thunder and lightning. Countless pairs of eyes then landed on Yi Futian. How is this guy going to withstand that kind of power? If he admitted defeat now, maybe he could be spared by Qian Shanmu's attack. Chapter 274, Battle of Music. Chapter 274, Battle of Music. Presently, Yi Futian remained seated quietly. He was handsome with an extraordinary aura. His long fingers danced over the chords of the guqin. The frightful scene in the sky had no effect on his performance. Right now, he was serious and focused. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of his very eyes, he wouldn't blink an eye. Unaffected, he would continue to play. At this moment, the people seemed to have been brought into a mystical artistic conception. Secretly, they began to sympathize Yi Futian, as if they were worried he would be swallowed by the torrent, ceasing to exist. Above Yi Futian's head, the strange sight grew increasingly terrifying. The matrix that continuously swallowed spiritual qi was like a ruthless beast, killing everything in sight. Finally, Qian Shanmu's fingers plucked the cords of the zither. A force of frightening spiritual energy wrapped around the storm over Yi Futian's head. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the world to fall into darkness. It was like the birth of a demon. Thunder and lightning decorated the skies as the strong winds howled. Everything then came down on Yi Futian. Many people got nervous and stared closely at the scene ahead. It was too terrifying. Was that really something a cultivator in the Dharma plane could withstand? Not even prodigies in the lower arcana plane could likely withstand such an attack. As the destructive storm approached, the royal Xian temple's Luo Junlin watched with cold eyes. His hands were clenched into tight fists. He wished Yi Futian would be destroyed and killed by this storm. Only that would take care of the danger in the Nanda nation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would come knocking to settle the score sooner or later. Over by those from the college, Tang Yi, Su Muge, and others watched without feeling any sympathy. If Yi Futian really died like this, it would be because he was stupid. Just when the storm reached the skies above Yi Futian, the sound waves radiating around him suddenly sounded sharply. A formless storm of spiritual energy brewed. As soon as any spells came for him, it would be destroyed. Then, it would be turned in spiritual qi and pulled in to revolved around Yi Futian. Just like that, the people witnessed a shocking sight. Spells with destructive powers strong enough to end life of Earth would be destroyed by the spiritual storm every time they got too close. As Yi Futian played, he had unknowingly created a defensive shield of spiritual energy around himself. It was able to destroy any attack spells. Sorcery was motivated by spiritual energy. Even spells from a matrix were the results of the release of spiritual energy. Powerful cultivators specializing in attacks with spiritual energy could also use it to destroy spells. The sound of the guqin became rapid. The matrix above Yi Futian released attacks at him wildly, but his fingers began to fly across the chords even faster. His moves were fluid and fast like a running river, creating a beautiful piece of music. No matter how fast the storm was blowing or how strong the tides, nothing was not going to move. No force was powerful enough to shake him. At this moment, above that handsome figure, there was even a hint of the power of a noble. Such strong defense techniques. Everyone looked ahead. Although he was borrowing power from the noble ritual implement, it was obvious that Yi Futian must have been very educated in music. When he said he didn't understand music, it was simply to mock Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu was also slightly shaken up now. Yi Futian played the guqin. There was nothing special about it, yet he was still able to set up a defense. As a musical sorcerer, Yi Futian knew all about the techniques of musical attacks. Direct spiritual attacks were the most lethal. Su Muge had fallen to this kind of attack. But Yi Futian's defense was with spiritual energy. It was as if he had a dragon protecting his mind from spiritual attacks. There was no way to invade. The second type of attack was using music to initiate attack spells. Similarly, Yi Futian had set up a defense. He gathered spiritual energy and formed a storm that destroyed any spells that got close. Nothing could get close to him. Not only did Yi Futian know music, he was well versed in the way of music. This was something that Qian Shanmu could not deny at this point. Of course, it was one thing to know. Yi Futian was able to block his musical attacks. This was part of Yi Futian's abilities. Even with the help of ritual implements, it was difficult for his musical attainments. Not even spells from a matrix could break through Yi Futian's defense. This made Qian Shanmu understand, it was practically impossible to defeat Yi Futian using music to initiate spells. Then there was only one way to do it. It was also the way to test truly how knowledgeable a person was about music. That was to use music to create an artistic conception. Then came the interference of will, taking control of it or going for the kill. Back at the Qin Palace, this was what Yi Futian did to Gu Ming. It made Gu Ming surrender and fall under the control of this music. Gu Ming was not able to withstand the artistic conception and actually kneeled down on the ground. There were no doubts about Qian Shanmu's knowledge of music. The movement of his fingers changed as he played the chords of the zither. Unknowingly, the sound changed slowly. As Qian Shanmu played, there was something holy about him. He glowed brightly and even showed up in a mystical image in many people's minds. Many rays of light shined from him. Then, many illusory images appeared in the scene in their minds, all of Qian Shanmu. Holy sound. Not many people present knew about this musical piece. However, it was obvious that Hua Qingqing was one of those who knew. This was an attack piece that had an extremely strong artistic conception. Qian Shanmu had actually played this piece in a battle of music with Yi Futian. The same image appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. Qian Shanmu shined brightly like a saint. The words he said were like those of a saint. His palm waved and like the will of a saint, whistling swords and wild divine beasts appeared suddenly and charged at Yi Futian. At this moment, the artistic conception Yi Futian felt was the strongest because this piece was targeted at him. It was as if he saw Qian Shanmu turn into a saint. The light encapsulated him. The saint's words turned into sharp swords, racing towards him. The saints will turn into dragons, phoenixes, and qilins. Right now, he seemed so small he could collapse at any moment. At this moment, Many people had a misconception that Yi Futian seemed like a weak scholar. How could he go against a saint? One word could sentence him and one thought could take his life. But the weak student was still playing quietly. In the crazy wind and rain, he was still playing. Playing his very own music. With the sound of his music, the swords disappeared and the demon beasts destroyed. No matter how fierce the attack was, Yi Futian was unmoved. From his body and from his music, the people could see the strength in his character. Gradually, the sounds elevated but were still stable. Little by little, it elevated and destroyed all the attacks meant for him. At the same time, he was able to maintain protection of his mind. His will remained untouched. As Yi Futian's music pierced through the air, people could feel it. It seemed like the weak student had grown. In the midst of the crazy rainstorm, he had matured. Scholars had the knowledge and ambitions to rule the world. Noble will radiated from him. Yi Futian had an outstanding aura that seemed to be changing without him knowing. But he was as resolute as ever. He had an incredible spirit that dripped from him. The weak student seemed to have grown after the storms. He was finally at the center stage, challenging a character that was high above everyone else. Some really powerful people were not affected by the music. Their thoughts flowed freely. From Yi Futian's music, they could hear a story of experiencing the obstacles of life and growth. His music seemed to be a journey to maturity. It was a truly strange feeling, but it also felt very natural. The music was still elevated and getting more exciting. The notes had climbed a height that could break through into the heavens. In the minds of the crowd, they could see a young man stepping into the noble plan and then the growth of an emperor. Overcoming all the obstacles without fear and taking control of the world. At this moment, the instrument-playing youth no longer seemed like a weak scholar. His back straightened and his body was like that of a dragon. There seemed to be the roaring of dragons in the music. The emperor's will broke out and took control. Yi Futian's spiritual energy kept destroying all the attacks. The ever-climbing notes were like an emperor's trusty mount carrying him up. In the illusory scene, Qian Shanmu and Yi Futian were having a standoff, like a saint and an emperor. What was music? Real music went along with an artistic conception and could bring them into the world of music. Qian Shanmu said Yi Futian did not know music. In respects of musical attacks and technique variation, Yi Futian was indeed lacking compared to him. However, in this past year, he had a deeper comprehension of music. In terms of artistic conception, Yi Futian was confident enough not to lose. A chaotic nation, and the world, combined for a peace. With his innate willpower, how was he going to lose? He immersed the imperial tactics into his music, making the artistic conception stronger. The people would just think that it was the conception brought on by the music. They wouldn't think that it was a special method. In the illusory scene, two large figures appeared. They looked as if they were ready to have the world beneath their feet. The will on the two figures grew stronger, but the saint's figure was like that from the beginning. And the emperor's figure seemed to be continuously growing until it was able to break into the skies and control the world. The vast surroundings were frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel the artistic conception hidden in the music. They felt like they were experiencing the standoff. Yi Futian had actually gone up against Qian Shanmu using pure music. That figure now stood straight. With the continuously climbing sounds of the instrument, his emperor intent grew even stronger. Finally, accompanying a vibration, the saint's figure collapsed. Qian Shanmu felt a pressing force of will crushing down. Duang! The zither let out a sharp noise and everyone's gaze remained frozen on it. The cord had snapped. Qian Shanmu's hands froze. Following a low moan, he spat blood, staining the zither red. The ancient barren world's #1 musical sorcerer of the younger generation had lost to Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, in a battle of pure music. At this moment, Qian Shanmu remembered the words he once said to Yi Futian. You don't know music. If he didn't understand music, who did? Chapter 275, Weak and Fragile. Chapter 275, Weak and Fragile. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin. The elevated notes dropped back down and the emperor's will disappeared. Finally, with one last note, the music stopped. He lifted his head slowly and looked to Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian's clothes were white as snow, unstained by all filth. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky and his handsome face seemed brighter now than ever. My time on earth has yet to end, yet my heart is in the skies. In times of storm and rain, I will turn into an emperor. As the music ended, the vast space fell into an extreme silence. Countless pairs of eyes froze on the two figures on the battle platform. Qian Shanmu stared dumbfoundedly at the broken string on the zither as if he still couldn't believe he had actually lost. The Donghua clan couldn't believe it either. They couldn't accept this. Qi Mengrua was pale. Her man had lost to Yi Futian in music. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes stared at the handsome figure in white. From beginning to end, he never once used music to initiate an attack spell. What he did do was to use music to express an artistic conception. The unyielding growth of a young man into an emperor who controlled the world. The conception created by his music kept getting stronger until it completely crushed Qian Shanmu. Perhaps his musical attainments couldn't compare to Qian Shanmu, but the world he experienced through music was more expansive than that of Qian Shanmu. Even the people from the college were shocked at these results. Especially those who had verbally insulted Yi Futian before. Tang Ye and Su Muge felt the gazes of their fellow schoolmates and felt a rush of heat to their faces. Yu Sheng, however, thought that this kind of result was a given. He was the only one who so blindly trusted Yi Futian. His eyes stared coldly at Tang Ye and said, "Was it not embarrassing enough back at the top of Mirror Mountain?" Tang Ye's gaze froze on Yu Sheng. His expression didn't look too good. How can someone like you understand his world? You better keep your mouth shut in matters regarding him in the future, Yu Sheng said coldly. His wild eyes looked threatening. Tang Yi clenched his jaw. Yu Sheng was actually threatening him. But Yu Sheng actually didn't give a damn about his opinions. He looked away as soon as he finished saying what he had to say and completely ignored Tang Ye's existence. A whisper came from the large crowd, Qian Shanmu actually lost. Nobody knew who said that, but the entire crowd immediately erupted into conversation. Qian Shanmu, the so-called #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, had lost in a musical battle. Could he still be considered #1? The powerful cultivators of various top powers all turned their attention to Yi Futian. Although his level of cultivation was on the lower side, it would increase sooner or later. Another Gu Donglu was going to be born from the cottage. Two genius cultivators of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian defeated by Gu Donglu and Qian Shanmu lost to the hands of Yi Futian. In their rivalry with the cottage, the Donghua clan had been thoroughly defeated. Yi Futian placed his guqin back into his bag. His movements were unrushed and he didn't make any attempts to insult Qian Shanmu on his loss. Winning him in a musical battle was already the best insult. There was no need for spoken words. What was that piece you played? Qian Shanmu lifted his head to ask Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu had played Holy Sound, the music of saints. It was an extremely difficult piece to play. It was even harder than normal to fully reveal its artistic conception, but he had done it. Despite all this, he had lost. Yi Futian returned a look at him before he said, "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I don't know what it was." After saying what he had to say, Yi Futian turned away and was ready to leave. Qian Shanmu's expression was frozen. It was obvious that he was at a loss. Yi Futian had actually said he defeated the music of saints simply with something he came up with on the top of his head. You won, but you don't have to be so fake. Qian Shanmu had to admit that Yi Futian was very knowledgeable when it came to music, but for him to say that he won with a piece he casually came up with, wasn't Yi Futian just trying to humiliate him? Yi Futian stopped in his tracks with a smile. What is music? Although it can be used to battle, that music is born from spiritual attacks. True music has to do with the tones themselves. Pure and in harmony with the artistic conception. You said that I don't understand music and you're right, I don't. But do you truly understand it? He then continued on his way. Qian Shanmu was stunned. Do you truly understand it? At this moment, Qian Shanmu questioned himself. In deep thought, he lowered his head to look at the broken cord. He seemed to have taken a real hit. Just then, a beautiful figure walked up beside him. She could see that Qian Shanmu was struggling and questioning himself. This was her man. She didn't want to see him like this. He's just trying to get to you and put you down, Qin Mengrua said to Qian Shanmu. You're better than everyone when it comes to music. If you didn't have a ritual implement for defense, you would have won early on. He wouldn't have been able to withstand your musical attacks. Qian Shanmu looked up at his wife. Qin Mengrua was just as beautiful as always. She was gracious and beautiful and her eyes were filled with her belief and trust in him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes and slowly, Qian Shanmu began to recover a bit his confidence. As a prided member of the Donghua clan, it was obvious that he had something others didn't. Whether that something was willpower or outlook, he was incomparable. It was just that this battle took a huge blow on him. He had lost to Yi Futian, a mere Dharma plane cultivator, in his specialty, music. On top of that, he presented the Donghua clan and Yi Futian, the cottage. Just when everyone thought Qian Shanmu would be able to destroy Yi Futian, he lost. This was not something he could easily get over. Wait. A voice rang out just then. Yi Futian stopped once again and turned back to look over in the direction of those from the Dongqin College. The person who had spoken was Qin Li. Qian Shanmu's defeat had also greatly affected the Dongqin College. If they let Yi Futian leave victorious, they wouldn't be able to cover their losses no matter who they challenged next. If you're going to keep insisting that you don't understand music, then what are you good at? Qin Li asked. To win against Qian Shanmu in a musical battle and still claim not to understand music. How fake. If so, then Qin Li wanted to know what Yi Futian was actually good at. What are you trying to do? Chuckled Yi Futian. Martial arts. Are you good at that? Asked Qin Li. I'm okay, answered Yi Futian. Qin Mang, Qin Li called out, and a person appeared by his side immediately. This person was not as built as Yu Sheng, but standing there, people had a feeling that he was really strong. His bright and piercing eyes were trained on Yi Futian like a fearsome demon beast, filled with wild energy. Qin Mang stepped onto the martial arts platform. He was a royal descendant of the Qin dynasty. Within his body were 5 dragon meridians. His gifts in martial arts were shocking. He was in the top-level Dharma plane. Qin Mang, Dharma plane, focusing in martial arts. Challenging you to a battle of martial arts. Do you accept? Qin Li asked, observing Yi Futian. Everyone was surprised. It was only natural that many of the top powers knew of the younger generation prodigies from the Qin dynasty. This Qin Mang was royal blood, had 5 dragon meridians within, and was extremely gifted in martial arts. Plus, he was in the Dharma plane. So, there wouldn't be any reason for Yi Futian to use ritual implements, right? Although it was obvious that Yi Futian's level of cultivation was still lower than that of Qin Mang, he was still a disciple of the cottage. He was the center of attention. Shouldn't it be normal for him to battle someone at a higher level? Qin Li used this point to his advantage and wanted to defeat Yi Futian through Qin Mang. It would also prove some things on his part. Are you sure you want to challenge me in martial arts? Yi Futian swept a quick glance at Qin Li. He saw the frivolous look in Yi Futian's eyes. Of course. Yi Futian smiled at him and returned to his friends from the cottage. He handed the bag with his guqin to Yu Sheng. Then, he turned back around and headed for the martial arts battle platform. Countless pairs of eyes followed Yi Futian as he moved. He was able to defeat Qian Shanmu in music. This meant that Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element, but Qin Li chose to challenge him in martial arts. Qin Li claimed that Yi Futian had never proven himself. So how was he going to fare when it came to martial arts? Stepping onto the platform, Yi Futian looked at Qin Mang. Are you ready? He sounded nonchalant, frivolous. Qin Mang stared at him and answered coldly, yes. As soon as he said that, a wild energy was released from him. Very faintly, the images of dragons appeared. That's right, dragons. Not one, but 5. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mang's aura became terrifying. The Imperial Dragon spell was in motion. 5 dragons revolved around him, roaring. He was already in the top-level Dharma plane. Now, he had opened the 5 dragon meridians. His combat skills were through the roof. Just then, a rod formed from spiritual qi appeared in Yi Futian's hand. He held it calmly and the air around him became different. His aura was growing stronger and more powerful. Boom! The battle platform shook with a single step from Qin Mang. The dragons protected him and their roars came and went. The 5 dragons continued to circle. At that moment, Qin Mang lifted into the air. He looked as if he could dominate the world when a dragon Dharma seemed to have appeared behind him. It looked like a totem. Yi Futian moved. His body charged forward and flew up in the air. He danced and soared in the sky. His aura was still growing stronger as he headed straight for Qin Mang. Since this was a battle of martial arts, they needed to go at this head-to-head. Roar! The air vibrated at the loud roar of a dragon. Qin Mang came down at Yi Futian with his dragons. This made Yi Futian look weak and fragile. But instead, the energy around him was just getting stronger. Finally, the images of the dragons descended and headed right for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian stopped moving and the long rod in his hand swung down on these images. The 9 heavenly attacks. First attack, Genesis. In a split second, an enormous image of a rod appeared and everyone watched as Yi Futian disappeared into the circle created by the images of the dragons. A loud noise followed. The dragon's image split from the middle and Yi Futian's rod landed directly on Qin Mang. In the next moment, Qin Mang's body flew in the direction of the group from the Dongqin College. With a loud crash, his body fell on the ground in front of Qin Li, weak and fragile. Yi Futian descended, his figure blown by the wind. The long rod had already disappeared from his grasp. He took one look at Qin Li and smiled. Is this all you guys got? Geniuses of the Qin dynasty? Chapter 276, An Even Wilder Strike. Chapter 276, An Even Wilder Strike. Yi Futian's somewhat frivolous voice caused the entire place to turn completely silent once again. Qin Mang was at the peak of the Dharma plane. He had opened up 5 dragon meridians and his battle abilities were extraordinary. However, he was defeated by just one strike and was unable to fight back at all. He was blown directly backward and landed in front of Qin Li. How ironic was that? In particular, Qin Li had deliberately targeted Yi Futian a few times before and said a lot to belittle him. How about now? First, Yi Futian used a ritual implement and defeated Qian Shanmu with music. Then, he overpowered Qin Mang in just one hit. Did cottage disciples need to prove themselves? The crowd suddenly thought of the first and third disciples of the cottage. In the past, they similarly did not prove anything about themselves, but when they did, it was a disaster for their opponents. The Sword Saint used the Futian sword clan to become famous. Gu Donglu first eliminated a top-tier force and then became famous by defeating Lu Nantian. The exact same thing seemed to be happening at the moment. Yi Futian stepped on Qian Shanmu and the genius of the Qin dynasty. Once again, he showed everyone how bright cottage disciples were. Qian Li did not speak. What else could he say? The reality of the situation was more impactful than any words. He was the one who started the challenge, and what was the outcome? At this instant, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan stared very coldly at Yi Futian, especially Qin Li and Qin Mengrua. You are indeed a cottage disciple, Qin Yu said suddenly. During this martial arts exchange in the Dongqin College, we are able to see the power of the eighth disciple of the cottage. Qin Mang did not lose for nothing. However, you belittled the Qin dynasty after merely one victory from yourself. Indeed, this is the usual style of the cottage, too arrogant. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Just now, his son Qin Li criticized Yi Futian and mocked him openly, saying that he had not proven himself. Now, he defeated the people from the Qin dynasty, but Qin Yu wanted to deny him again. How hypocritical was that? Apart from being hypocritical, he was still reluctant to admit their defeat. This was unacceptable. Yi Futian smiled. Prince Qin, you are flattering me. Perhaps my words just now were somewhat inappropriate. The Qin dynasty is a top force in the Eastern Barren territory, and now you have even established the Dongqin College. Obviously, you have many powerful cultivators. Indeed, one battle alone cannot say anything. Maybe I have not proven myself previously, and therefore the Qin dynasty did not really send any powerful cultivators on the stage yet. Since this is the case, I am willing to see for myself the real geniuses of the Qin dynasty. Then, Yi Futian folded his hands and said, I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage. My martial arts is in the 7th level Dharma plane and I will challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Anyone? Air. Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone felt somewhat stunned. Now it was really awkward for the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu said that Yi Futian had belittled the Qin dynasty because of just one battle, and Yi Futian decided to continue the challenge. Qin Yu said that cottage disciples were all too arrogant. Immediately, Yi Futian became much more humble and praised the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he announced his martial arts level directly, 7th level Dharma plane. It was surely acceptable for him to challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Even though he was a cottage disciple, the Qin dynasty was similarly a top force. He had already allowed them to send someone 2 levels above him. However, in reality, everyone knew that Qin Mang was already one of the strongest Dharma plane cultivators in the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, Qin Li would not have asked him to fight in the first place. Since Qin Mang was instantly defeated, anyone in the Dharma plane would definitely lose to him as well. There would be no suspense at all. Yi Futian spared no face for Qin Yu. Many people looked at Qin Yu. They could almost imagine Qin Yu's mood at the moment. He probably wanted to kill Yi Futian at this instant. Mr. Yi is really too crafty. In the direction where the witch clan was, the witch Gu Biyue giggled softly. Qin Yu was unable to find a way out of the embarrassing situation. Beside her, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu also stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had underestimated Yi Futian previously. With the talent that Yi Futian had displayed today, he would undoubtedly be another top genius should he enter the Arcana plane. By then, even without a ritual implement, he would probably still be able to contest with Qian Shanmu. It was not just Gu Biyue who had such a thought. The lady from the Moon clan who had met with Yi Futian also felt that the person whom Jieyu liked was really too crafty. However, it was still pleasurable to look at him. He had a handsome look and a frivolous smile which all seemed to make him amazingly charming. Furthermore, when he was playing music, he looked as pure as a newborn baby and also as domineering as an emperor. What kind of person was he exactly? We don't need that. Since we have already seen the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage, we don't need another battle. Qin Yu's tone was somewhat stiff as he rejected Yi Futian's challenge. To fight further would bring disgrace to themselves. Therefore, they might as well give up. They would also be criticized by others, but if they chose to continue, they would not know how long the battle would last, given Yi Futian's shamelessness. That's unfortunate. I have not had enough fun. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Then, he turned around and walked down the battle platform. Just as he left the platform, he said, "Yu Sheng, go and see how strong the geniuses from the Dongqin College are." The fourth brother had already said that either the cottage disciples would not fight, or they would destroy the Dongqin College completely. Didn't they want a contest? Let's have one then. All right. Yu Sheng nodded and walked onto the battle platform. Everyone looked at this scene, puzzled. What was the cottage trying to do? Yu Sheng was very burly. His appearance alone already looked very violent, and his body seemed to be filled with an endless amount of power. This was the person who took the demonic tripod from the Yin family. During that time, even the Arhat only raised the tripod 4 feet. On the other hand, Yu Sheng took the tripod away, resulting in a conflict, causing a huge loss to the Yin family. Yu Sheng, woodcutter of the cottage, 7th level Dharma plane. I will challenge any Dharma plane cultivator from the Dongqin College, and any class of cultivator as well, Yu Sheng said calmly. His voice was very monotonous, but it gave the rest the feeling that he was overlooking everyone as if he was making little of all the people from the Dongqin College. Similar to Yi Futian, he was in the 7th-level Dharma plane and would accept the challenge from any Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was not a cottage disciple, but only a woodcutter. The battle platform that Yu Sheng had walked onto was one which allowed all types of cultivators to fight on. He did not restrict the class of cultivators that he would fight against, which meant that anyone with any type of abilities could challenge him. Looking at Yu Sheng who was standing on the platform, everyone could clearly feel the meaning of this word, supercilious. Whether it was Yi Futian or Yu Sheng, these people from the cottage did not even bother about the Dongqin College at all. Just like what Qin Yu had said, cottage disciples were very arrogant. Although Yu Sheng claimed that he was a woodcutter from the cottage, nobody would really treat him as one. He managed to display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world, and also took away the demonic tripod from the Yin family. Qin Yuan, Qin Yu shouted the name of a person. Immediately, a figure with an outstanding temperament walked forward and stepped onto the battle platform. Qin Yuan. The eyes of many sparkled. Qin Yuan was similarly a grandson of the king of Qin, but not Qin Yu's son. Instead, he was a son of another prince and was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yuan cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, and was a mandate sorcerer. He had opened up 6 dragon meridians. Qin Yuan was certainly stronger than Qin Mang. It was said that among the many grandsons of the king of Qin, Qin Yuan's talents were second only to Qin Li. When Qin Yuan stepped onto the battle platform, a faint dragon totem appeared behind him. His dharma erupted and a divine dragon appeared and coiled up around him. Many golden dragons whizzed over directly and struck towards Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked coldly and emotionlessly at the scene before him. On his body, dark golden demonic light started to flow. Buzz! His demon-like wings appeared as he stepped forward. When the dragons reached before him, the wings behind him struck forward and turned into very sharp blades. All the invincible-looking feathers on the wings extended outwards and destroyed the incoming illusory dragons directly. This. Everyone looked at Yu Sheng who was walking forward. He was simply disregarding Qin Yuan's existence, as he did not bother about Qin Yuan or his attacks at all. Yu Sheng's pace was not fast, but he took very large steps each time. With every step that he took, he gave everyone a violent feeling and an invisible pressure, especially for Qin Yuan. He seemed to be looking at an invincible demon which was walking towards him slowly. An even wilder aura spread from Qin Yuan's hands as he punched out into the air. Immediately, the power of martial arts and sorcery merged into one. A terrifying golden dragon charged towards the incoming Yusheng like a real dragon. Bang! Suddenly, Yusheng stomped fiercely on the ground, and even the battle platform trembled because of it. At the next moment, everyone saw a figure charging violently forward. His devil-like wings changed their shape continuously and turned into the sharpest demonic blades in the world, striking forward. In this instant, Yusheng was himself a devil. He allowed the dragon to approach him and his body went through the dragon directly. The incoming illusory dragon was destroyed. It passed through Yusheng's body and was then crushed into pieces. However, Yusheng did not stop at all. He appeared in front of Qin Yuan and reached out his hand, grabbing towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face instantly turned pale. His attacks could not even slow his opponent down. Knowing that he would surely lose, he backed away, wanting to escape. However, he clearly could not run away. Yusheng turned into a demonic shadow and in just a flash, Qin Yuan felt his arm being grabbed by an overpowering force. He was unable to break free at all. Roar! An illusory dragon bloomed out from him and dashed towards Yusheng, who was holding his arm. Yusheng did not even seem to have noticed the dragon and lifted his arm directly. Immediately, he raised Qin Yuan into the air together with the illusory dragon. Then, he smashed them down onto the ground. Bang! An extremely loud sound erupted. Everyone's heart also trembled fiercely because of the noise. The illusory dragon vanished. On the battle platform, Qin Yuan lied on the ground, motionless. How dare you! The faces of those from the Qin dynasty turned totally black. They could feel that even if the hit did not kill Qin Yuan, he would still be severely injured. Just like Futian, Yusheng defeated his opponent in just one strike. However, Yusheng's attack felt even wilder and more violent. Sorry, I didn't imagine him to be so weak, Yusheng said calmly. Then, he turned around and left. Chapter 277, Murderous Intent. Chapter 277, Murderous Intent. Looking at the burly figure who was walking down the battle platform step by step, everyone could feel their hearts twitching. Yusheng was way too violent. He was actually almost a demon himself. He smashed Qin Yuan onto the ground in just one hit, causing him to lie there motionlessly. Is he really that weak? Qin Yuan was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty, a grandson of the king. Therefore, he was undoubtedly gifted. However, looking at the scene right now, he was indeed very weak. The people from the Qin dynasty stared at Yusheng's back firmly. Their faces looked as black as it could possibly get. After the 3 battles, the prestige of the Dongqin College was extinguished totally, as their members were defeated so easily. Every single battle had managed to shock everyone. At the moment, on the battle platform, Qin Yuan's body twitched as he wanted to get up. Someone from the Qin dynasty then walked up and carried him away. That smash must have broken many of his bones. Such a power was just invincible. Even Hua Shan from the college, who similarly had a very violent power, felt astonished as he watched Yusheng walk back. With such power, Yusheng was someone whom he could only look up to. Is this guy even a normal person? He was thinking that if Yusheng had entered the Arcana plane, could he alone defeat the joint attack from the 4 Dongqin College cultivators on the previous day? Woodcutter of the cottage. Even though Yusheng claimed that he was a woodcutter, his talents were certainly no weaker than Xiao Wuji. Many people sighed with emotion. The cottage was still the cottage. Anyone from it was as strong as, if not stronger than, the best geniuses of all the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory. After the 3 battle, the momentum of the Qin dynasty collapsed totally. Apart from anger, they also felt helpless. They could not do what Yi Futian and Yusheng had done. Such battles could not be copied. How could they possibly ask Qian Shanmu or Qin Li to challenge ordinary disciples from the college? Hence, the people from the Dongqing College actually became quiet. Nobody continued the challenge anymore. Suddenly, someone walked onto the battle platform. He was Chi Ao, an exceptionally talented genius from the Futian Sword Clan First Summit. Seeing his appearance, a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. It seemed that apart from the two major colleges, the other forces also did not want to miss the contest this time. Finally, the geniuses from these forces started to go onto the stage. Chi Ao stated that he would challenge the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. These two forces had always been mutually antagonistic. Under such a circumstance, it was thus not surprising that the Futian Sword Clan would want to challenge the Sword Saint Mountain. Very soon, the glint and flash of cold steel filled the battle platform. A sharp aura permeated the entire place and the battle looked extremely dangerous. In the end, Chi Ao defeated a genius from the Sword Saint Mountain and emerged victorious. Then, the Dongqing College actually changed its target to the Sword Saint Mountain as well, as if it was teaming up with the Futian Sword Clan to suppress the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Together, they defeated many people from the Sword Saint Mountain. Everyone in the world knew that the Sword Saint established the Sword Saint Mountain after leaving the Book Mountain. Although he had founded his own force, he was still the eldest disciple of the cottage. Previously, when the conflict broke out outside the tripod tower of the Yin family, the Sword Saint Mountain also declared openly that it would support the cottage. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Dongqing College to target the Sword Saint Mountain. However, the fact that they did so with the Futian Sword Clan caused many to have additional thoughts. Did the Dongqing College create this false appearance deliberately? Or had the Dongqing College teamed up with the Futian Sword Clan as well? In the latter case, this new combined force would really be very powerful. The match continued. After the battles of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the Dongqing College still participated actively in the contest, but their main target had changed to the Sword Saint Mountain. Disciples from the two major colleges still took a part in the fight, and they each had both wins and losses. Before anyone realized it, it was already evening. The cottage disciples had already left. They planned to leave on the next day. In today's battle, the cottage had already proven certain things. The Dongqing College was jointly established by two top forces and it could obviously not be stopped. However, they were only bringing disgrace to themselves when they wanted to become famous by defeating the cottage. The contest on the second day finally ended. Even though all the major forces did participate in the event, it was more like a competition between the two colleges in reality. The people from various forces left one after another and returned to the inns where they were staying at. After today's battles, the cottage disciple Yi Futian became famous. However, to some people, this was definitely not a piece of good news, for example, Luo Junlin. Yi Futian finally displayed his outstanding talents and defeated Qian Shanmu. A person like him would surely rise, and this could not be stopped at all. Luo Junlin knew clearly that once Yi Futian became a noble, it would be the end for the Nanda nation. A person whom he thought he could easily kill in the past had already become a serious threat at the moment. Luo Junlin was in the courtyard of a particular inn, and there seemed to be something bothering him. Hishiro kept him company. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Seeing the incoming person, Hishiro and Luo Junlin both stood up and greeted, "Senior Xia." The person was Xia Luo, a disciple of the Royal Xian Temple. He was extremely gifted and a direct disciple of the First Lord. Among the many disciples, he was quite reputed. Moreover, he was a very nice person and all the other disciples respected him a lot. "The two of you are always together. When are you getting married?" Xia Luo asked, smiling. Hishiro blushed slightly and said, "Senior, not anytime soon." "Is it because Junior Luo does not want to be responsible?" Xia Luo said jokingly. Luo Junlin shook his head. "Senior Xia, I do want to marry her. Is there something bothering you?" Xia Luo looked at Luo Junlin. "Is it because of Yi Futian?" The whole Royal Xian Temple knew what happened a year ago. The resentment between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian was not a secret. Luo Junlin did not say anything, but he did seem to have admitted it. Yi Futian is indeed an absolute genius. He relied on the noble ritual implement today, but with the talent that he displayed, he may still be able to beat Qian Shanmu with music if they are at the same level. Furthermore, his martial arts abilities. Xia Luo sighed. These are only what we have seen. On the battle platform today, Yi Futian did not show us everything that he has, for example, his full element talent, his life spirit, and dharma. Xia Luo's words caused Luo Junlin and Hishiro to frown firmly as they felt an immense pressure envelop them. I came here to remind Junlin, you must cultivate hard. Otherwise, in the future, should Yi Futian really deal with your family, the Royal Xian Temple cannot participate, or else the cottage can take part as well, Xia Luo continued. Junlin, you are very talented, and there is still a chance that you may win Yi Futian. Count this as a challenge for yourself. Today, Yi Futian was so arrogant. In addition, there has been so much accumulated resentment between him and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. I'm sure these two forces will not let him off easily, Hishiro said. Of course, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want Yi Futian dead. However, it is not that simple. The relationship between the different forces in the Eastern Barren Territory is very complicated. The college, the cottage, and the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely form a superpower if they team up. Even though they want to kill Yi Futian, they will not dare to do so easily. Moreover, Yi Futian will only become stronger as time passes. As for assassination, if it really happens, the people from the cottage are also not fools and they will definitely know the culprit. Xia Luo said emotionlessly, therefore, the only way is for you to cultivate harder and try to always be ahead of Yi Futian, although this is very difficult. Senior, thank you for the reminder, Luo Junlin nodded. Don't have too much pressure as well. Rest early. Xia Luo smiled and nodded, after which he left the place. After Xia Luo left, Hishiro's eyes sparkled and she said softly, Junlin, with Yi Futian's talents, it will be increasingly difficult to kill him in the future. Shiro, what do you want to do? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. Hishiro smiled gently. She clung tightly onto Luo Junlin and kissed his lips. Smiling, she said, the senior is right. If someone really assassinates Yi Futian, with the current resentment between him and the two forces, they will naturally be suspected. Luo Junlin's eyes sparkled as he stared at Hishiro. Holding her cheeks with his hands, he shook his head and said, don't risk that for me. Even if I die, I don't want anything to happen to you. Fool, why would anything happen to me? Hishiro's look was extremely gentle. This was the man that she loved, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Why was Gu Donglu from the cottage so domineering? It was so that the people in the world would not dare to touch anyone from the cottage. Assassinating a cottage disciple was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Both Luo Junlin and Hishiro knew well that if the truth was found out, even the Royal Xian Temple would not be able to protect them. Their only ending would be death. However, many times a woman would do something at all costs and even risk her life, for example, for her loved one. Of course, Hishiro would not carry out the assassination herself. That would be playing with fire. However, as luck would have it, she knew a suitable person. Perhaps she already had such a thought long ago. When she first met with that person, she had thought of assassination. Therefore, she had been hiding him all the time and had not really used him yet. Now, she finally had the chance to use him. Furthermore, with his loyalty, she believed that nobody would suspect her. Yi Futian, of course, did not know that Hishiro intended to kill him. At the moment, he was cultivating in the inn. On the next day, they would leave the place, because it would be meaningless to continue staying. In today's battle, it was already sufficient for him to defeat Qian Shanmu. Although he could have done more, it was ultimately a bad thing for him to display his outstanding talents. After all, his level was too low. Even the third brother had such a worry. Because of this, the cottage had been maintaining its domineering attitude all along. Futian. Yi Futian heard a familiar voice. Lu Feiyang, Lu Qinyu, and Yi Wuchen came to his place. Hello, Yi Futian said, smiling. He had already told them that he would leave the next day. It was uncertain when they would next meet. Hi, but I have some bad news for you, Lu Feiyang said. What is it? Yi Futian asked. It's about Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he questioned further, what happened to her? Not long ago, I heard someone saying that at first, Hua Jieyu wanted to come to Chaoga this time. However, she ended up in a conflict with the Virgin of the Moon clan and did not come in the end, Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian frowned. He had been puzzled as to why Jieyu did not come to Chaoga even though she knew that he would be here. It turned out that there was actually really a reason. In addition, when she asked her senior to pass the message to Yi Futian, she deliberately did not mention the exact reason. Maybe it was because she did not want him to worry too much. Chapter 278, Sacrificial Lamb. Chapter 278, Sacrificial Lamb. Notwithstanding the deliberate deceit, Yi Futian could feel that the senior of Jieyu meant no harm. Hence, Jieyu's situation should not be too worrying after all. Perhaps there had been some conflicts between her and Chu Yaoyao only. Thinking about this, Yi Futian seemed to start pondering about something. Then, he said, how about we ask the ladies from the Moon clan out and have a chat? With a faint smile on his face, Lu Feiyang looked at Yi Futian and said, we're fine with it, as long as you are not worried that Jieyu will be unhappy after knowing it. Ha! Yi Futian glanced at Lu Feiyang with a disgusted look. Was he even the like of man who was afraid of his girlfriend? Obviously not. Let's go. We'll talk on the way, Yi Futian said, holding his head high. It seemed that he had to prove his status in the relationship. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yi Futian in repugnance. Nice acting. We all know you too well. Oh yeah, Qinyu, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua have already married each other. When will you two do the same? Yi Futian turned his head around and looked at Lu Qinyu. Her contemptuous stare froze as she looked at Yi Futian, stunned. His thinking is way too nonlinear. It's none of your business, Lu Qinyu said, widening her eyes at Yi Futian. Ah! Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Lu Qinyu also seemed to realize that she had spoken something misleading. Then, Yi Futian stared at her, smiling, and said in a gentle tone, I see. You two can discuss this. Just remember to inform me about it by then. As he spoke, the group walked out of the inn. The night sky today was somewhat dark, as no stars could be seen. However, Chaoga City was extremely lively at the moment and the streets were all lit with lights. Just when Yi Futian left the inn, at a corner of the street, a lazy-looking figure stood up slowly and walked forward. Before this, he was still trying to figure out how to get close to Yi Futian. In the worst-case scenario, he could only find a reason to enter the inn. However, he knew that in that case, he would definitely die after going in. Nevertheless, God seemed to be helping him as well and Yi Futian walked out from the inn himself. The group walked and chatted. Since Yi Futian was with Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu, he naturally seemed to be at ease. However, along the way, Yi Futian suddenly stopped. What is it? Lu Feiyang asked. I sense a murderous aura. Let's pretend to go back. Yi Futian kept his voice low. Then, he said, I almost forgot to bring something important. Let's go back to the inn and come out again. The looks of Lu Feiyang and the rest all changed slightly. Then, they cooperated with Yi Futian and said, all right, let's go back first to take that. They did not look around unnecessarily. Since Yi Futian had sensed a murderous aura, it was very likely that someone wanted to attack them. At this time, they would certainly not be so foolish to deliberately alert or find the opposite party. Yi Futian's decision was undoubtedly the most correct one. He wanted to go back to the inn without alarming the opposite party. The seniors from the college and the cottage were in the inn. There, it would be impossible for the opposite party to do anything. In the darkness, the figure frowned. Had he been discovered already? Hu Tong was not a professional assassin. However, he owed the daughter of the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple his life until the very moment. Since it was an order from Ms. He, even though he knew that he would probably die, he still came without any hesitation. He knew that today, he needed to kill an extremely important person. Although the person's level was not high, indeed much lower than himself, nobody in the Eastern Barren territory dared to kill the person easily. Since Ms. He had asked him to do so, he had no other choice. Can't let him return to the inn, Hu Tong thought to himself, after which he walked out of the darkness. Perhaps he had not been discovered yet, and perhaps Yi Futian would really come out again. The further Yi Futian was from the inn, the more likely he would survive. However, he could not take the risk. This was an opportunity which he could not miss. Yi Futian and his group sped up, and Hu Tong similarly increased his speed. He charged towards Yi Futian and his group from the side. A powerful gravity spell enveloped the space, pressuring Yi Futian and his team. Almost at the same instant, a figure jumped into the air. Hu Tong drew his sword, and the dazzling, silvery glint of the sword illuminated his face. He did not cover his face. To the top forces from the Eastern Barren territory, he was merely an insignificant person. Nobody would recognize him. He came here to assassinate. If he did cover his face, he would be showing everyone else that he was an assassin. However, unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Although he was not professional, who exactly was so sensitive? Prison. He cast an earth elemental spell. Immediately, the mighty earth elemental spiritual qi around Yi Wuchen raged and then turned into a prison, directly sealing the space which he was in. An extremely bright, silvery blade of light struck down but did not cut the prison open. Hu Tong's level was the upper arcana plane. An endless amount of earth elemental spiritual qi raged in the vast space and turned into an enormous space prison, blocking the path in front of Yi Futian and sealing the space entirely. He charged towards Yi Futian directly. At this moment, everyone realized that he was going for Yi Futian. Hu Tong's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, his hands danced and many spells flew out. Earth dragons whizzed towards everyone one after another, while a powerful gravity spell pressured the space, causing everyone's actions to slow down. Hu Tong knew clearly that he did not have much time. The place they were at was very near to the inn Yi Futian was staying at, as they had just come out for a short while. He had to kill Yi Futian quickly. Countless vines swept out. This wood elemental spell bloomed wildly in the air. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu glanced at each other and immediately knew the intention of the other. The two cooperated and in just a flash, the space was filled with vines. In the next instant, flames started to burn and ignited the vines directly. Right away, the entire space was filled with fire and became very blurry. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu knew that they could not stop the assassin directly. Therefore, they could only use such a method to slow him down. Run, quick! Lu Feiyang roared. Yu Sheng had already approached the spell prison in front. Following an angry roar, he turned into a demon and a terrifying illusory devil appeared behind him. The giant demonic tripod appeared in Yu Sheng's hands and he smacked it forward. Accompanied by a loud bang, a hole appeared in the prison. Go! Yu Sheng shouted. Yi Futian knew that it was not the time to be polite. He was the target of the assassin. Thus, if he was to run, the opposite party would not have the time to deal with the rest. On the other hand, if he chose to stay, the others would instead be in greater danger. The wings of the rock appeared, and a wind elemental spell enveloped his body. Even though he was under the gravity spell, his speed was still very fast as he charged towards the hole in the prison. However, suddenly, an appalling sandstorm engulfed the entire space and blew towards Futian. Futian released his dharma, a monstrous ape with a pair of brilliant wings. With the 5-element rod in its hand, its body span and struck forward fiercely, splitting the storm apart. Then, he continued to move. However, the endless, frightening sandstorm swept across his body directly and stuck onto him. Then, Futian realized that he was bound to the void. At the next moment, many brown spears emerged from the storm and pierced towards his body. Suddenly, Yusheng's burly body blocked in front of Futian again. He had turned into a real, majestic devil and raised the demonic tripod above his head. The violent power slammed into the demonic tripod wildly, forcing Yusheng downwards. Hu Tong bypassed him directly and charged towards Futian. He did not have much time left. Seeing the incoming Hu Tong with his spear, Futian activated the imperial tactics in his body. Instantly, a shocking emperor will burst out from his body. His power seemed to have become stronger and even the blood in his body felt like it was burning. The sun and the moon dharma appeared. They turned into the power of yin and yang and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong could only feel a terrifying will charging into his mind, as if he was facing an all-powerful emperor. He was astounded by this. Who exactly was the person whom he was trying to kill? Bang! Futian broke free from the binding, but Hu Tong's attack had already arrived. An extreme power erupted from Futian's body. Following a loud roar, the divine ape came to the world and the howls of dragon filled the heavens. The rock extended its wings and divine phenomena appeared in the sky. The monstrous divine ape struck out with the 5-element rod in its hand, colliding with Hu Tong's spear. With a loud bang, the incoming spear was crushed and Futian's 5-element rod hit onto Hu Tong's body. However, Hu Tong's palm continued forward and a horrifying palm print engulfed Futian, eventually slapping onto his body. Accompanied by 2 loud bangs, Futian was blown backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Hu Tong similarly spat much blood and only felt, to his astonishment, that even his organs were rolling about. Did a Dharma plane cultivator actually just injure him? This was really incredible. Just as he was thinking, Yusheng fell from the sky and smashed towards at him with the demonic tripod, as if he was a demon himself. Yi Wuchen similarly struck at him with his sharp sword. Around them, more and more people started to move closer. Hu Tong's face became as white as a sheet. He knew that he had failed. He no longer had any chance to kill Futian. The strike just now was his best opportunity. Bang! Hu Tong slapped out his palms and 2 huge palm prints flew out, charging violently towards the incoming figures. A strong force caused him to be blown backward and with this, he turned around, wanting to escape. However, suddenly, many ancient pages flew towards him from the distance. The ancient pages penetrated across space and arrived from afar. Then, they turned into spells and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong's face turned pale. After blocking the spells, he turned around. Immediately, he saw a figure walking towards him in the air and staring at him with an extremely cold look. Shui Yi had arrived. Who sent you here? Shui Yi usually liked to joke around, but at the moment his eyes were only filled with a cold murderous look, as if he was from the netherworld. There was actually a person who tried to assassinate a cottage disciple. This was sufficient to make him feel cold throughout his body. He did not know who the person in front was. Since he dared to assassinate a cottage disciple, he was definitely sent here by someone. Hu Tong glanced at Shui Yi. He obviously knew what would happen to him. A dreary smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he raised his palm and, under the astonished stares of everyone, slapped towards his own head. With a loud bang, blood sprayed into the air. Even the injured Futian was shocked when he saw the scene. Hu Tong was actually so cruel to himself. This person who tried to assassinate him did not plan to go back alive in the first place. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.